or has probable cause, what she believed was probable cause to present to a judge so that she could arrest Ms. Dykes, Ms. Moreno, and Mr. Beltran. It initially started with capital murder. That was the charge. Detective Ramirez said, oh, we got evidence for capital murder. Not only do I have all of them together in Mesquite, which is, again, kind of playing with it. We are telling you we lived there. Those phones, yes, say that they all were in Mesquite on October the 5th, the early morning hours, but that doesn't mean that they were communicating together. It just means that they're all bounced off the same tower. But, you know, that's what she kind of refers to a judge. They're together. We know they were together. Then they further say in the affidavits that we find hair samples that we believe are consistent with Marcellus in the trunk of an Audi that Charles was driving. And I want to talk about this Audi and how he lies about. First, he says he leaves in. He tells him so many stories. It's hard for me to keep up with it all. But I believe his first story was he left into Tucson. But then we know he left in the Audi where they're saying they found his hair because he stops at a oil change place at 9. So he wants you to believe our witness is horrific murder in the early morning hours, whatever, right? And then, you know, I stop and do an oil change at 9 o'clock on October 5th. They got the records. If they don't submit them, I will. Now, more importantly, in this affidavit which leads to an arrest, which leads to search warrants, they lie about Marcellus' blood being found with Chuck's blood. When I say Chuck, I'm referring to Charles Beltran. Oh, okay, let me rephrase that. They don't, she said it appears, we believe that the blood that's found with Marcellus belongs to Lisa Dykes and Nina Moreno and Chuck Beltran. The blood that's found in that house, their blood is found together. That's how she gets this arrest warrant. All that blood is supposed to be found together. They use words like it appears, we believe, but they're still telling a judge, they're referring to a judge, that all these people were together and we find her blood, all their blood together. That's what they're telling them to get this arrest warrant. Then subsequent to that, they say that the Nina and Lisa's phones are found in a dense area where the body is later found. That's what the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen. Again, all that was speculation. And we'll argue more about, you know, where their phones actually go to and when. But more importantly, I want you to know that when Swifts, who does our forensics, does the DNA, yeah, there is blood belonging to Marcellus, but it's not with, it doesn't belong to Chuck, it doesn't belong to Lisa, it doesn't belong to Nina, it belongs to another female and another male. Because again, it wasn't unusual for Chuck to bring people over to that house, over to his room, whether it's in the studio or whatever it is, okay? It wasn't unusual, and we're gonna talk to him about that. So I don't know who all he brought over there with him. I don't know why their blood is mixed with Miss Marcella's blood, but it is. That's the facts. Those are the facts. So we don't know, again, how she died. We don't know who caused her murder. In order for you to believe that, again, you have to believe Chuck. And what I submit to you is, based on the physical evidence, the little blood that they found, it's not going to be consistent, or it won't corroborate his version. Because it didn't happen the way he said it happened. Numerous people know that Marcellus was seen after going over to Mesquite. Oh, all this running stuff. Let me talk about this. I want to also make sure, because I believe you're going to hear about Santa Marta. You know, Chuck, I think the detective, because of his record, which you're going to learn about his record.
You have 2 minutes, Council.
Thank you, Judge. You're going to learn about his record. he's gonna say, well, I didn't believe, because of my record, I didn't believe anybody would believe me, that I didn't have anything to do with it, that I wasn't the one that killed her. And the detective said, yeah, they're gonna think you're a monster. They're probably gonna believe you're a monster because you're the one with the violent history. You're the womanizer. You're the one that's the monster. No one's gonna believe you. That's what he thought. And why would you? Why would you? When you see they're gonna bring him in here, I'm gonna show you how he looked back then. I'm gonna show you what Miss Marcella ran into down in Deep Ellum. Now, the bottom line is, I believe that Lisa's gonna tell you that they went to Cambodia, yes, because they felt that Detective Ramirez was persecuting them. They felt like the government was persecuting them, yeah. We gotta go somewhere where we can try to be political refugees, where we can try to get a fair trial, because we're not getting a fair shake here in America. So yeah, they go to Cambodia, and then they're extradited back. Yeah, they're guilty of that. But as far as evidence that corroborates the indictment in this case, that on October the 4th or October the 5th, that Lisa Dykes stabbed, and again, don't let him try to minimize what he said, because you're going to see, anyway, you're just going to see so many different versions of what he said. But he's saying that he stabbed him. He knocks him off the bed onto the floor. The evidence in that room is not consistent with someone having stab wounds, getting onto the floor. It's not consistent with someone stabbing someone. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to all the evidence in this case, when you've heard all the witnesses, we believe the law will dictate that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty. Not because that's what I want you to do, or what Ms. Dykes wants you to do, or Ms. Basson, but because that's what the law is going to dictate that you do. Because Charles Beltran cannot be trusted, and there is not evidence to corroborate what he says. I don't know if Charles killed Ms. Valadez. I don't know what happened to Ms. Valadez. You know, whether she died of overdose or what. What I do know is that they will not be able to prove to you that Ms. Dykes committed this offense because she didn't. And at the conclusion, we're going to ask that you find her not guilty because she is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Pittman, call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ernestina Valadez.
All right, it has come to the court's attention that this witness does not speak the English language. Madam Interpreter, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will correctly translate from English to Spanish and Spanish back to English all of the questions, answers, and proceedings today in court?
I do, Your Honor.
Please state your name and license number.
Carol Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E, license number 1663.
Ma'am, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Judge.
You may put your hand
Judge, can we move
The
Yellow.
television?
Yes, we
Yes.
can see her.
just a little bit?
Just, you can put it on the floor, and just be careful, there's a microphone there.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to just slightly, just so we can see her.
Certainly.
I'm just gonna turn it a little bit, if that's okay. I see it. No, we're good. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Ms. Pittman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you state your name for the court reporter and spell your name, please?
Mi nombre es Ernestina Valadez Frutos.
My name is Enriquina Valadez Frutos.
And, Ms. Frutos, can you tell the jury what your relationship with Maricela is?
Mi relación con ella era muy bonita.
My relationship with her was very nice.
Okay. And she was your daughter, correct?
Y sí, ella es mi primera hija.
Yeah, she's my first daughter.
And how old was she the last time that you saw her?
23 años.
23 years. exactly what time, 1 or 2, and I texted her asking her what time she would arrive, but she never answered.
At what point did you, as a family, begin to be concerned about Maricela and her whereabouts?
Un sobrino me contactó y me dijo que algo estaba mal porque no había tomado su vuelo y él le habló a Dennis, que trabaja en el aeropuerto, e investigaron que se había tomado el vuelo o no, y efectivamente no lo había tomado.
Well, a nephew called me and he said that something was wrong because she hadn't taken the flight. And he called Dennis that works at the airport and they began investigating. And in fact, she hadn't taken the flight.
And then, Nestle, that is your cousin, is that correct?
Yes,
And she works for an airline, so she can look at who boards flights and who doesn't. Is that right? What went through your mind when she learned that she hadn't boarded her flight and you hadn't heard from her?
Por un momento pensé que pues lo había perdido o que tal vez lo iba a tomar después, porque pues en ese momento ella sí trabajaba en Charlie Roots, trabajaba en una tienda de Charlie Roots. Ella tenía que regresar, entonces se me hizo extraño que no lo hubiera tomado, entonces sí tuve un mal presentimiento.
well, at first I thought that she had missed the plane or that she had changed it for a later one, but she was working at Charlotte Russe at that time, so I began to worry because she had to go back to work. That's when I began to really worry.
And was it like her to ever miss work?
No, nunca faltaba.
No, she never missed.
Ella tenía un cargo, no sé, era asistente de manejo.
Her position was, I think, manager assistant.
And part of that, I guess, work ethic comes from you and your husband, where you all work every day.
Sí, muy responsable siempre.
Yes, very responsible, always.
When you learned that she did not get on that flight and you couldn't get a hold of her, what did your family do?
Platicamos con mi esposo y al otro día, porque esto fue un lunes 5 que no supimos nada de ella, hablamos para acá al departamento de policía con la ayuda de mi sobrino Salvador. No nos dijeron nada, entonces hicimos arreglos y vino para acá mi esposo con Dennis.
Well, on that day, we talked with my husband, and then we decided to call here. We called the police, and our family member Dennis helped us.
When you called the police, did you report her missing?
Sí, hicimos como un reporte.
Yes, we did. We made a report.
And what was their kind of response?
Exactamente no dijeron nada. Dijeron que no había por qué preocuparse porque solamente había pasado horas, entonces no era como por qué preocuparse, fue la respuesta que nos dieron.
Well, actually, they told us not to worry because it had just been a matter of hours, so not to worry. That's the answer we got.
And did you follow up with them when she didn't return the next day and there was no communication?
Al día siguiente fue cuando mi esposo con Denise tomaron el vuelo para acá, para Dallas.
The next day, my husband and Denise took a flight to here, to Dallas.
So it was such a concern because she was so responsible about communicating with you, you immediately took action.
Claro que sí. Claro.
Of course.
And when your husband and Danny came down, what did they do, if you know?
Vinieron al departamento de policía, igual entraron, dijeron lo que estaba pasando y les dieron la misma respuesta. Dijeron, puede ser que se fue de fiesta, anda de party, no se preocupen, no tomaron mucho en cuenta. Nosotros con una preocupación enorme y esa fue la respuesta que dieron.
Well, my husband and Jenny went to the police department, and again, they told them she was missing, and they got the same answer. Don't worry, she's probably partying. That's the answer they got.
How, was that frustrating for you, knowing your daughter?
Sí, exacto, porque igual sus amigos me llamaban y me texteaban, es que no me contesta, siempre me contestaba y pues sin poder hacer nada.
Yes, her friends would call me and tell me, I'm calling her, I'm texting her, and she's not answering. That never happens, and we couldn't do anything, nothing.
And it wasn't just her phone contact, it was also her social media accounts that just went completely silent.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
It was as if she just was gone.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
Now, your husband came down with Danny down here to look for her, is that right?
Sí.
Yes.
How long do you think they stayed?
Creo que dieron la denuncia y como no vieron que hiciera mucho caso, ellos se fueron con Raúl. Es todo un miércoles anduvieron dando vueltas donde supuestamente anduvieron con Raúl. Buscaron todo el día y pues no miraron nada, se regresaron ese día en la noche.
Well, as they reported it, but they didn't get a good answer from the authorities, then them and Raul went to the place where she had been, and they looked all day. It was a Wednesday, and they didn't find anything. They didn't get any results.
At some point, did your husband return?
Pero para acá, no.
To here, no.
I'm sorry, did your husband return back to Seattle?
Oh, sí.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. And he was able to meet up with the friend Raul Ortiz that she had been staying with, is that right?
Exactamente.
Exactly.
And she had left basically her suitcase, everything there, and he was able to get some of those things from Raul.
Sí, el miércoles cuando estuvieron aquí, platicaron con Raúl y mi esposo vino a recoger su maleta.
Yes, that Wednesday, he talked with Raul, and my husband went to get her suitcase.
Now, were you all able, well, before I ask you that, Your Honor, may I approach? Ms. Valadez, is this a picture of your daughter as you knew her when she was alive?
Esa foto se la tomó 2 meses antes. Ella quería tomarse fotos de estudio. Y esas fotos se las tomó.
That picture was taken 2 months before. She wanted to have studio pictures, and those photos were taken.
So 2 months before she came to us.
Sí.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer states one for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, of the other things, that we talked about before, we had talked about that you just lost complete communication with her, which was incredibly unusual.
Como le digo, por alguna razón, ella no puede llegar. Ella me hablaba y me decía, mate, estoy bien.
No, as I said before, if for any reason she couldn't come on time, back on time, she would call me and said, Mom, I'm fine.
We talked about before, you also kind of helped her open a bank account when she was younger, and you were still on that bank account, is that correct?
Sí, la tuvimos desde que ella abrió su cuenta. Yo estuve siempre con ella en su cuenta.
Yes, we had it since we opened that account, and I was always on that account too.
And one of the things that you all did to kind of get a clue about what happened to her, where she was, is you got into her bank account, which you were a signer on, is that correct?
Sí, yo me metí para ver si había tomado pues algún Uber para donde había pagado con su tarjeta y pues de esa manera yo envié algún recibo de el último Uber que tomó y pues sí, o sea, como le digo siempre, estuvimos juntos en la cuenta.
Yes, I looked at the account to see when was the last time that she had spent money, that she had used her card, when was the last time that she had taken an Uber and where. Yes, as I said, I was always part of that account too.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Valadez, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Do these appear to be Maricella's Bank of America records?
Sí,
Yes.
And it looks like we have from September 5th, 2020 to October 6th, 2020, is that correct?
sí, sí,
Yes, yes.
And then after that, October 7th, 2020 to November 3rd, 2020?
sí,
Yes.
November 4th, 2020 to December 7th, 2020?
sí,
Yes.
And then December 8th, 2020 to January 5th, 2021?
sí,
And I believe there's one more, and that is December 6th, 2021 to February 2nd, 2021.
sí.
And all of these are State's Exhibit 2. Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibit 2 for all purposes?
If you could tender to opposing counsel, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just one moment. Sir.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 2, the Bank of America records are admitted for all purposes.
Now, we talked about the bank records. Did it appear that she quit using her bank card on October, early morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
What day did you say?
October 5th, 2020.
Lo que yo miré fue el 4 en la noche, bueno, no sé si como a las 12, usó la tarjeta para un 7-Eleven, creo yo,
What I saw was that she used the card on October the 4th at around midnight at a 7-Eleven, I think.
And you shared this information with your cousin, Dinesli, and you all went through this information together, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes?
Okay. Now, I kinda wanna move on from that, and talk about what communication did you have with the Dallas Police Department in the days and weeks after Maricela went missing?
Bueno, pues, como nosotros sigamos insistiendo en hablar para que pues hicieran una investigación, creo que a la semana o 2 semanas fue cuando tomaron en serio y empezaron a una investigación y me estaban llamando para hacerme preguntas. Fue como a las 2 semanas creo yo que empezaron.
Well, as we insisted and insisted, about 1 or 2 weeks later, they began to take it seriously and they started to investigate and they began to call me and make questions. It was about 2 weeks later.
Okay. Initially, you were not, the detective assigned to the case was not Christina Ramirez, was it?
No,
No?
Okay, it was a different investigator.
sí,
Yes.
And was it around December that you started getting communication from a Detective Ramirez?
sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did she explain to you why she was now handling the case versus the initial detective?
Ella no me llamó, me llamó otra persona que estaba en el caso. Ellos me dijeron, nosotros es todo lo que podemos hacer, no podemos hacer nada, tenemos que pasar el caso a unos investigadores profesionales.
Well, she didn't call me. Actually, it was other people that called me and they said that that's all they could do. They couldn't do anything else, that they had to pass the case to some professional investigators.
Okay. And that's when Detective Ramirez
Sí, después fue cuando ella
took over the case.
ya me llamó.
Yes, then she called me.
Okay. Was there a point that Detective Ramirez came to Seattle to speak with you and meet with your family?
Sí,
Okay, and she was joined by another detective?
sí, con José
Ortiz?
Ortiz, José Ortiz.
Yes, with Jose Ortiz.
And you all were able to speak about Maricela, and they were able to speak to her friends and interview her friends and kind of get information about her.
Sí, para entonces, cuando ella fue, yo tenía todavía la esperanza de que mi hija estuviera con alguien. Y cuando llegó la prueba de ADN, fue cuando me di cuenta que mi hija ya no estaba.
Yes, by then I still thought that my daughter would be with someone, but then when we got the results of the DNA test, that's when I realized that my daughter was not there anymore.
Can you tell the jury just how that felt to have that hope for those months? Because this was in about January, is that right?
Sí,
Yes.
uno de madre nunca quiere perder a su hijo. Y menos de esta manera, como mi hija terminó. Ella vino contenta. Y no que acabaron con su vida.
Yes, as a mother, you never want to lose your child, especially the way she did. And somebody just cut her life short.
Y no conforme con eso, la tiraron como si fuera una basura.
I'm not happy with that. They threw her away as if she were trash.
Y no la encontraron hasta meses después,
She was not found until months later.
y me hablaban las personas, las que le estaban buscando, me dijeron, encontramos una parte de su hija, encontraron 2 partes de mi hija en una bolsa de basura. Eso es injusto.
And the people that were looking for her called me and said, we found one part of your daughter. Then they said, we found 2 parts of your daughter, and they found them in a trash bag. That's so unfair.
Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
Cross-examination, you may.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before, if I can get her Kleenex.
Certainly, does she not have any there?
It's right behind her, I just wanted to point it out to her.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Ms. Castleman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Valadez-Frutos, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Did you know your daughter's friends, in particular, boyfriends or ex-boyfriends?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know Raul Ortiz?
lo conocí poco.
I knew him a little.
And was he an ex-boyfriend of Maricela?
Yo sabía que eran amigos.
I knew that they were friends.
And how did you meet him?
Cuando era joven, en la escuela, iba con mi hija.
When they were young at school, he was with my daughter.
So he lived in the Seattle area for a time.
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know that Maricela was going to see him in Dallas?
sí,
yes,
Did you know her current boyfriend at the time, a man by the name of Patrick Helmbreachet? I think I'm saying his name correctly.
era su amigo. O sea, ella no tenía relación formal, realmente su amigo.
it wasn't a formal relationship, they were friends. He was her friend.
Okay. So, ma'am, you reached out to Dallas Police Department, but they didn't really help you very much in trying to find your daughter.
De principio no.
In the beginning, they didn't.
And they kept telling you, oh, she's probably just partying, she's just partying.
Sí,
Yes,
Did you know that your daughter drank and used drugs?
no,
no,
But you knew that she liked to go out and party with her friends.
a veces.
sometimes.
Now, when you met with Detective Ramirez and Detective Ortiz Vivas, what month did you meet with them? Your initial meeting, your first meeting with them?
Exactamente, no recuerdo el mes. No recuerdo el mes.
I don't remember exactly the month, I don't remember the month.
Okay. But did they seem responsive to you and your concerns?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, you said your husband came to Dallas and met with Maricela's friend Raul Ortiz. Is that correct?
sí,
yes,
Did your husband bring back any of your daughter's belongings that were left with Raul?
las recogió, sí, recogió.
pick them up, yes.
Do you remember what your husband, what Maricela's dad brought back with him from Dallas to Seattle?
Simplemente ropa.
Just clothes?
Clothes, okay. Do you remember a suitcase or purses or any of her belongings, other belongings?
No.
No.
Okay. But you do remember her clothes coming back?
Solo la ropa. Lo que nunca apareció fue su bolsa, su pertenencia privada, la bolsa y tarjeta, su teléfono, así nunca lo encontramos.
Just her clothes. We never found her purse or cards or private belongings. We never found any of those.
Okay. So you didn't get Maricella's purse that was found in Roll's car?
Bolsa personal, no, solamente la maleta con ropa.
Personal purse, no, just her suitcase with clothes.
Can I get the Your Honor, may I approach?
Ma'am.
Ma'am, I know you took a look at this earlier. This is Maricella's bank statement that you shared with her. Okay. And do you see what the last two dates are?
Cinco.
Okay?
Do you see two other entries in there where her bank card was used after the 5th?
Ajá. Porque cuando me dijeron que cuando usó la tarjeta de mi hija el domingo en la noche, hasta otro día se cobró.
Yes, because I was told that when they used
Yeah.
my,
Without being told, do you see the last two entries and what dates are those, ma'am?
Ajá. Sí. Pero lo que tengo entendido es cuando usan la tarjeta, depende de lo que sea, no lo cobran exacto, sino hasta otro día. Eso tengo entendido.
but what I understand is that when the card is used, it's not, recorded on the same day, but the next day. That's what I understand.
Okay, but the dates on here are showing two purchases on October 6th. One at Select Start Arcade and one at Fedora, both places in Dallas. Yes or no?
¿Están ahí?
Are they there?
Right here. So yes or no, ma'am?
No tengo idea, porque está ahí. Como le digo, a nosotros jamás nos entregaron su tarjeta, su bolsa, su teléfono, nada.
I have no idea why they're there. because
Objection,
we-
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained. Ma'am, if you could listen to the specific question and answer that question if you can. If you can't, then please let us know.
So ma'am, yes or no, there were two uses of her card on October 6th, 2020.
Sí,
And do you know if those two places were located in Deep Ellum, Fedora and the arcade?
No tengo idea.
I have no idea.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to publish, states two, Your Honor.
You may.
Ma'am, you were just asked about some records, some bank records and some charges from October sixth, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes,
Now, you were discussing with the defense attorney that your understanding is that when a point of purchase or a card is used.
Objection, Your Honor, leading, and also it appears that Ms. Pittman is getting ready to ask a question that is hearsay.
Sustained as to the leading nature of the question and possible hearsay answer.
Okay. Let me ask it this way, what is your understanding about the bank records and what they show?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained, lay a predicate if she has personal knowledge about banking.
Ms. Valdez Fructos, have you ever used a bank card? A debit or a credit card?
Sí.
yes,
Okay. And you've reviewed your own bank records as well, is that correct?
Sí.
yes.
And when you use a bank card, when does it reflect on your bank statement?
Cuando lo uso un fin de semana, me aparece el lunes.
When I use it on a weekend, it turns up on Monday.
Okay, so if we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, and I believe the charges that defense counsel were talking about were these two down here, the 10/6/2020, 10/6/2020, that's the date listed for all the, each charge right there. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes,
Okay, and do you see this date right there, 10/5?
Objection, Your Honor, leading the witness, but also that's not reflective of an actual date. 1005 select star is not showing an actual date, as in the bank statements, you do have 10/06/20, which would indicate a date.
Overruled as to leading, she was directing the witness to a particular line, and whether or not that is a date or something else is simply for the jury to decide. Overruled.
Okay. Ma'am, you see 10/5/2020, 7/11, and then you see a date right there, 10/5.
Sí.
yes,
Okay, and let's even look at the one above that, you see the date 10/5/2020, and then you see the numbers 1004,
Sí.
yes,
1004 above that,
Sí.
yes,
1004, and that says Pecan Lodge Barbecue Dallas,
yes,
okay. Right above that, you see a recurring charge of 10/5/20, on 10/5/20.
Sí.
yes,
Okay, and in looking at each of these numbers, all these charges from Dallas, she's obviously located in Dallas at that time, is that correct?
Sí.
yes,
Okay, and then this one right here, 10/6/2020, it says check card, and then what is that number right there?
1005.
1005,
Okay, and then this check card at Medora, Dallas, that's also a Dallas location, that says 1004, correct?
Sí.
Okay. In your experience in your own banking, does that reflective of when you make a purchase on the weekend, that it usually does not reflect on your statement on this date until days later?
Sí.
yes.
Another question, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. please watch your step getting down from the witness stand, and you are free to sit in the courtroom and listen to testimony. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have been hearing testimony for the last hour and a half. It is time for our morning break. I always say we'll break for 5 minutes, but it always ends up being 10, so don't stray. We are at recess, remember you're at church.
All rise.
All right, Deputy Smith, I have a project for you. Okay. Deputy, if you could go to the bathroom courtroom where our camera is, we need to adjust it up. Because right now it's showing. We want to shift forward. Thank you so much. And then I'll look at it while you're doing it and tell you stuff.
Client needs to use the restroom.
That's fine. I'll tell you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna sit in that part where I can go, but I really wanted to go for, Chuck's testimony. Do you have any?
That's perfect, thank you. Yes, but it needs to go, it needs to go this way a little bit, cause it can well, yeah. No, other way. Keep going, wait, stop. Perfect. That way it's not showing the jury. Thank you, no, that is absolutely perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. I have no idea, but I'll text you.
Okay, yeah, just let me know if I should try and get out tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Smith. I'm so sorry. The defendant needs to visit the holdover. See a man about a horse, as I like to say.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your
I
assistance.
haven't filled it out, but you can fill it out or I'll fill it out later.
Yes. We'll put you down as, I always include the walk to, getting to and from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I guess we're on pause. Let me just- Okay.
Do you speak Spanish? Because when she was answering and you would object, like, I thought, she's understanding. Yeah, as long as you can get whatever you want to say across the meeting, doesn't matter how. No, grammar is not important. Yeah. I have your.
But it's not like you're the regular.
No, oh no, there are some interpreters that are what they call rotation, and it's just for things. But I was in trial last week, and, so That's not bad.
all these years, but, and then, you know, just, with my, I could swear, I started off as a city attorney before, as a really difficult to say, since I'm a Spanish speaker. But then when I was supposed to the county, and they had a person, they didn't really talking to people, then it just kind of.
You don't practice, goes to see.
It does, but then, you know, it's like I said, I was places that were, I went to Madrid, and that's what this was years ago, it starts coming.
Yes,
back.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a translator, actually, in French, but I didn't use it for many years. But 3 years ago, I began to go to France because I came.
Oh, you know.
I came back to see all of it, so I could keep conversation. It took me like 2-3 days, right? It's been, oh,
I called my business friend, but she sort of watched, so she. From the time she was living on the street, and, I would say something in English, and then, so I'm hoping it comes back to the.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
not Spanish now.
good.
And, yeah, I said, because I said, really still, I said,
Yeah.
yeah, because I was saying, it's go good, and look at me.
They will remember, it's in the back room. I think that they're equivalent in how. Yeah. The grammar. And it's only, it is in Spanish too, when you think of all the pronouns that you have to revert in Spanish. That's for someone who's. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, okay. All right.
The best way is to immerse yourself. Go to Spain. It's the best. Do you have a phone, please?
Excuse me. Oh, thank you. 2 events tonight.
Oh, is that what
Yeah, 2 events. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I called it. That's why I called my heart.
Oh, okay. Yes, you're normally straight.
Yeah. So it's better when it's in the journey. But yeah, I've got 2 events tonight, then I'm done until Saturday, so tomorrow it will be back at this. Alrighty.
Now, today I'm chilly. It's probably raining in here.
Well, it's 74 degrees, interestingly, if it's correct. So,
Before we had all the parties, it was 72.
okay.
When more bodies came in,
More bodies, more heat.
74.
All right, well, I think it's been 10 minutes, so, yes, it has been.
I'll text.
Text. Who?
Prosecution.
They right there talking to Mulder or something.
Oh, we don't have Marissa either. Marissa, we're ready. Okay, if you could get them lined up. All right, Ms. Pittman, do you have your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excellent. Huh? Sure. Just so you know, I'm gonna go for another hour and we'll break it around 12:30 for lunch.
Okay.
We're ready, Mr. Sadler.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've probably seen me looking at my computer. I'm not surfing the internet, I'm actually getting a live English translation of the testimony. And sometimes if I think I misheard something, I'll take a look at that. I do see that some of you brought some note paper in and have some pens to take notes. Just if you recall yesterday, you are allowed to take notes, but you cannot use them during your deliberations, and you cannot take them home. In addition to not discussing the case until the end of all the testimony, and we've had closing arguments, you cannot share your notes with other jurors at this time as well. They are simply for you, to aid you in remembering testimony. If you need that, or just to doodle, that's fine. All right. Mrs. Pittman, please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Denesli Castillo.
Come on up. You can go ahead to the witness box. And if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the court reporter and spell it, please?
Denesli Castillo, Dennesly Castillo.
Okay. And Ms. Castillo, can you just tell the jury how it is that you know Maricela Botelho Valdez?
She's my niece, my cousin's daughter.
Your cousin's daughter. Okay. And your cousin is Miss Ernestina
Correct.
Valdez Britos, correct? How long had you known Maricela?
I mean, I moved to Seattle in 2012, so we didn't necessarily grow up together. But you know, every time we visited family, Washington wise, you know, we would visit and see them. So, you know, the last 10 years is when we really had more of a connection and started hanging out after I personally myself moved to Washington State.
Okay, and you've known her your whole life, but the last 10 years is when you all kind of got close.
Correct.
Now, you are much closer in age to her, is that correct?
Right.
And how old are you right now?
I'm 32.
32, okay, and she would be 26?
I believe so.
Okay, she was 23 when she went missing, and we are about 3 years after that time, is that about right?
That's right.
Did you guys hang out socially and interact and things like that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and I mean, as far as her, what did she like to do when she went out?
So I would pick her up, and one of the things that we like to do a lot was to go frequent the beach. We would go to the beach and hang out with my daughters. That's usually what we usually did when it was nice in the summertime. I would go. She would live very close to me, so I would go pick her up and we would drive around and go to the beach and hang out with my daughters at the park, or she would come over to my house.
Okay.
You know, just hang out there.
And me not personally being from Seattle, not spending a lot of time there, the beach is a little different than, you know, maybe Texas beaches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cold water, but very pretty trees, things of that nature.
Yes.
What kinds of things would you do at the beach?
We like to get food and kind of do like a little picnic thing. You know, occasionally we'll have a drink or two on the beach while we're, you know, in the sunset, whatnot.
Okay.
Watching the sunset.
Did you know her as far as kind of her work ethic and work habits?
Well, yeah, she was a manager, so I mean, at a department store, if I'm not mistaken. So I mean, that definitely shows that she was a very hardworking girl. They don't just give a manager position to anyone.
Now, she was 23, of course she was legal age to drink, and as far as drug use, Seattle's a little different than Dallas. Marijuana is completely legal in Seattle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're talking about
Yeah,
illicit,
sorry, ma'am. Whenever you answer a question, the court reporter has to take down your answer, so when you go, mm-hmm, you have to answer yes or no, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
so when we're talking about marijuana and if Maricela used marijuana or not, that was legal in Seattle.
Right.
Did you know her to use marijuana frequently?
I don't know what the habits were. I do know that she was an occasional user.
Okay, but not all the time.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did she drink some?
Yes.
And was she the type of person who would just get out of control drunk?
No, not anytime she was out in my presence.
Okay. Now, did you all, I guess, just remain in contact pretty frequently?
Yes.
Did you follow her social media accounts?
Yes.
What social media accounts did she use primarily?
Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook.
Did she post frequently?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what types of pictures would she post?
I mean, it would because she'd like to travel a lot, so anytime she traveled, she made it a point to show, you know, the tourist locations that she was visiting. So those were mostly things that she posted, you know, the sites or her boarding the airplane or at the airport, things of that nature.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at, it wouldn't be like her just to suddenly stop posting on social media.
It would not be like her, no.
Now, you were aware that she was traveling to Dallas,
Yes.
and were you aware of, I guess, the dates of travel?
I didn't know the specific dates. I do know that she was traveling out of town because we had been in contact to meet up when she returned to Seattle.
Okay. And she was to return to Seattle on October 5th of 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when do you recall being concerned about Maricela and whether she was going to return or not from Dallas?
So once she did not make her flight, that's when we were concerned. We were also able to see that she never made an attempt to get rebooked in another flight because it is not uncommon for people to miss a flight. But when there's no attempts ever to be made to get rebooked on the next available flight, that's when we knew something was off.
What did you do at that point?
So the first thing that we tried to do was access, her email, because at that point I felt like we would have some sort of indication of maybe where she could have been. So we were able, with help of the family, to access the email, and that's how we were able to retrieve the receipts for her last lift that she took.
Okay, and when was that last lift?
It was the Sunday night, it was, I can't recall the time, but it was late,
Okay,
or early morning.
late Sunday night?
Correct.
And, that Sunday, if she's returning on Monday, October fifth, will be October fourth.
Yes.
Okay, do you recall, if you recall, was there any information about where that lift, picked her up and dropped her off, or do you know?
There was I don't recall if there was a particular, address, but once we seen kind of the location, we had an idea where she was at, and, based on her, debit card usage is where we were able to get a clear understanding of where she was dropped off that night.
Okay, and the debit card usage, we're, talking about, State's Exhibit 2. And if you can see on that screen, are we talking about these places like Pecan Lodge Barbecue, the Green Room Live, Select Start, Fedora, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to kind of determine that that was in a location called Deep Ellum?
That's correct.
We see the point of purchase 7-Eleven on 10-5. That doesn't have an address right there though, correct?
Right.
Now, if you're looking at the dates, is it pretty clear that these dates over here are when the actual charge is cleared, and these numbers here indicate the actual day that the card was used?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And so it appears that the 7-Eleven may be the last purchase that she made with her debit card.
Correct.
Now, we didn't flip through the other pages, but if we're looking at this combined statement from October 7th to November 3rd, 2020, she got a payroll deposit there on October 7th of 2020. And then it looks like this lift hit her account on the 7th. Oh, thank you. And it says 12 a.m. right, Monday, 12 a.m. lift. Is that the lift that you receipt that you saw in her email?
Yes.
And that indicated that if it was Monday at 12 a.m., that was super in the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th.
Right.
This is a recurring charge of DoorDash, and that's in the recurring charge of LA Fitness. Are those the last charges that she had in her bank account?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing those statements with your cousin, did it appear that she just quit using her bank account? I mean, there wasn't, and I'm sorry, there wasn't any large withdrawal or anything like that?
No, not after the lift receipt.
Did you find that concerning?
Yes, especially if you're out of state, you would need your card.
What other things did you find concerning?
The main thing is there's absolutely no communication. We would, like I said, if she had missed her flight, we should have gotten some sort of notification from her that she planned on traveling back. She still had to return to work, you know, everything, all of her belongings were still home, so just the fact that she completely fell off the face of the earth is very concerning.
Did you know, who she was coming to visit here in Dallas?
Yes, I have met him one time only, in Washington,
Was that Raul Ortiz?
correct.
Now, did you know if she had any other friends or acquaintances or associates here in Dallas?
Not as far as I know, he was the only person.
What steps did you all take as a family to try to locate Maricel?
So, following the Monday, I believe it was Tuesday, that me and her father flew down to Dallas. And, you know, obviously we're, you know, blind, we don't know anything. We're just kind of doing what we can or what we think is the best. So we rented a vehicle and we were kind of just driving around the Deep Ellum area. We went to the locations where the last time she used her debit card and tried to get a hold of the owner to see if we could pull up CCTV and see if it gave us an indication of who she was with or where she might have gone.
Okay. Was there anyone else in Seattle, friends, or anything else that came to Dallas as well?
Yes, Patrick came down as well, and he's the one that was also going around all of the Deep Ellum and putting up posters.
Paramedic, first witness.
You may.
Ms. Castillo, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3. You mentioned that Patrick was putting up flyers. Did you all use the last picture that she had posted on Snapchat as the picture that you used on the flyers?
Yes,
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that photograph?
yes.
Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 3 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Alright, State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, you all obtained this photograph, you said, from her Snapchat, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she post it in a story, or was it, I don't really know how Snap works, so if you can kind of explain to the jury, for those of us that don't know about Snapchat, how does Snapchat work?
You can post it to a story, it lasts about 24 hours. I think this particular picture, she hadn't saved to her camera roll. So the same way I was able to access her email is how I was able to access her Snapchat. I requested to reset her password and that be sent over to her email. Once I was able to reset her password, I was unable to access her Snapchat and retrieve the saved photo.
Okay. And so on Snapchat, you were talking about stories, and they're available for, what, 24 hours?
24 hours.
Did she regularly post stories?
Yes,
And if you are a follower, you could click on her story and it's available for 24 hours, and she may have several stories at one time.
correct,
Okay, and then the camera roll just saves to her particular Snapchat.
correct.
It's not visible to everybody else necessarily.
It's not.
Okay. A little bit different from Instagram, where if you post an Instagram picture, it stays up there
Yes.
unless you personally delete it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this story that she posted, was this posted on the night or I guess the day of October 4th, the last day that she was going out in Dallas?
I don't recall if this was saved to her story, but I know once I was able to access the picture, I know it was taken that day.
Okay, so
It has a timestamp on it.
October 4th of 2020.
Correct.
Now, you said that, and that's the reason you guys used this particular photo, because that's the last thing that she would have been wearing in Deep Ellum.
Correct.
Patrick came down, and what did Patrick do? Was he alone, or did he have some people with him?
When he came down, me and her dad had already flown back
Okay,
because he drove down. But we were in communication and he went to all the bars and put up posters, and I believe he was able to obtain some of the security footage of her leaving one of the bars.
were you and her dad able to obtain any of those videos?
No, I did talk to one of the owners, I think it was one of the bars that was shown in the statements, and he was able to retrieve the footage, but he couldn't send it to me, but he told me at that time she was still alone.
Okay, so she was alone in the footage that you saw.
Yes.
Do you recall what bar that was?
I think it was the Star,
Let's look at State's.
something with stars in it,
Let's
or
look at-
arcade, the arcade. arcade.
the arcade, so in State's Exhibit 2. One of the last locations or bars, there's the Green Room, Select Start Arcade.
That one, Select Start Arcade.
Okay,
I believe that's when she had first arrived into Dewtown,
after taking the lift.
after taking the lift.
Okay. So she's seen on camera at Select Start Arcade. Do you recall that footage?
No, it was very blurry. I think she was sitting at the bar, just talking to the bartender
Okay.
on that one.
When she was sitting there, did she appear out of sorts, not knowing what she was doing,
No.
completely beside herself, anything like that?
She seemed fine.
Seemed fine. Now, you said Patrick came down. When you were down, did you contact Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of response did you get?
They told me that she was not a priority at the moment. She was only considered a missing person and not in danger. I can't believe the exact words that they used, but they said that she would need to be missing for I can't remember the time frame, for a while before they pushed it up to a more priority case.
And did they give you indication of why that was?
They just said that they did a lot of missing cases reports, so unless something indicates that she was in trouble, then they wouldn't pursue it.
Okay, so at that time, you didn't have any indication what happened to her.
Yes, I did not know anything.
But it was important enough, and not just important enough, but it was so out of character for her that you all left the day after she was supposed to return. Is that right?
Correct.
And you know Patrick, is it Helmbolt? I'm trying to recall his last
I
name.
don't
It's something-
recall his last name, it's something long.
Okay, and you knew that they were friends.
Correct.
And, you know, younger people than me, I have to talk to my 17-year-old daughter to kind of figure out the language, but they were more or less talking. They weren't necessarily dating or in a committed relationship.
Correct,
Is that a fair representation?
yes.
He knew that she was gonna come see Raul. Or do you know that?
I don't know that.
Okay,
I
but,
know he knew that she was traveling. I don't know if he necessarily knew who she was gonna come see.
okay. But she knew that he was seeing other people, so it wasn't this committed relationship.
Correct.
It was important enough to him to drive from Seattle overnight.
He also spent a lot of time with her, so he knew that it was very out of character.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any, or do you recall when kind of the media got involved in this case?
I wanna say maybe after we started sharing it on social media is when we started getting a little bit more of attention from media. I wanna say maybe a week after when they finally pushed it to, I think it was now missing in danger.
And, did you follow all those news articles and
Yes.
just try to get as much information
I
as you
was,
could?
I was very active making sure that you could get her picture across as much platforms as possible in the rare chance that someone had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
The next one I'm gonna show you has been marked State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that headline of the article, and one of the first articles that kind of hit the media?
Yes.
Okay. And we've cut off the bottom to redact any of the portions that have any media information in there. Your Honor, I move to admit State's 4 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Assistant Precinct Attorney.
All right, State's Exhibit number 4 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, at this time, it's the Seattle family, friends desperate to find woman missing in Dallas. States what we've already learned, that friends and family haven't heard from her since the early morning hours of Monday, October 5th. And it appears, if you look down there in the very bottom corner, that this article was published October 11th of 2020. Does that sound about right?
Yes,
Is that when the media kind of started getting involved?
yes, once one picked it up, everyone else seemed to be interested and, we got a lot more attention utilized.
Okay, and you did whatever you could to help the media, the police, anyone find any information about Maricela.
Correct.
Now, did you ever get any contact from anyone about her whereabouts?
No,
Is it fair to say you were frustrated in the beginning with the police department?
yes.
What was it like to just be so concerned and so worrying about her and her whereabouts and just to kind of get that response?
It was very frustrating because I was literally going back and forth with a person who told us that it was not an danger, like she was not a person of priority at the time. You know, I recall I asked him if he has kids and he stated he did, and I said, wouldn't you think, you know, if your child is missing to look for them, or you have to wait until something happens for you to actually look for her? And at that point he said, I understand, but until we have any evidence that she may be in danger, there's nothing we can do at the time.
Kind of this time I'd like to offer states 5, and this is a calendar of October 2020 for demonstrative purposes only.
Yeah, I don't have any objections.
All right, State's Exhibit number 5, a 2020 calendar, is admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
So we're gonna start here with October 2nd. Your understanding is that is when Maricela left for Texas?
I believe so, yes.
And October 5th is when she was to return?
Correct.
You testified before that the Lyft receipt was in the early morning hours of the 5th or late hours of the 4th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm gonna put it there at the bottom because that's leading up into the 5th. Her last point of purchase charge, based on those bank records, was
Also would have been also Sunday the 4th.
Sunday the 4th at Deep Ellum Bars.
Correct.
Now, it wasn't until October 11th that you saw the first article about Maricela going missing in a news source.
Correct.
You testified before that her father, Salvador Botello, and yourself flew down on the 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what date Patrick came down?
We left Wednesday, and I want to say he arrived Wednesday evening.
Okay. Did you all visit with Raul Ortiz when you all were here?
We did.
And what information did you learn from him?
We just went to collect her belongings that were left at his apartment. He's the one that I believe initially made the report that she never came back to his apartment.
Okay. And you primarily, got her luggage and things that were in his apartment?
Yes.
When did you learn, that Ms. Maricela wasn't coming back?
I'm not, like,
I guess,
I mean,
when
when-
did you learn that they found her remains?
okay, that's why I wanted clarification. It was 6 months later, I think, when they finally told us that they had found her remains.
And tell the jury what that was like.
Well, we had some hope when she hadn't been found that she could have still been alive. We were hanging on to that hope, because it had been such a long time that we were, I mean, there was no good outcome in the fact that she was missing, but we really thought that we would have her back with us, and when they told us that they found her remains, then at that point, we absolutely knew that there was, you know, nothing to make it any better at that point.
This last picture, yeah, I mean, you knew Maricela well, you knew her fashion choices and things like that. Do you remember this scrunchie? I know it's kind of blurry.
Yes, I do remember it. She would wear it on her arm.
Is it like a, almost like a cheetah print?
It is a cheetah print, correct?
Trying to pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, it's Ms. Castillo.
Yes.
All right, I'm Heath Harris, represent Ms. Dykes. I just have a few questions for you. First and foremost, I think you indicated to the members of the jury that in Seattle, it's legal to smoke weed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but as far as any other drugs, you didn't really know her to, or Marcella to use any other, am I saying her name right? Marcella?
Medicine.
Maricela?
She was not, she did not use any other drugs.
But while she was here in Dallas, whether or not someone else convinced her to use drugs, you have no idea, correct?
I wouldn't think she would.
That's not my question. Whether or not someone else influenced her to use drugs other than weed while she was here in Dallas, you have no idea, because you weren't with her.
I was not.
Okay. Madam Pro Judge?
You may.
And so you've never seen her on drugs, right?
No.
So you don't know what effect drugs would have on her, like Percocet or ecstasy, what effect those drugs would have on her, correct?
Correct.
Or how she would respond to that, do you?
I do not know.
Because you don't know her to use stuff like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let me get this marked as defense 1. Yeah, where is it? Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 3 and Defense Exhibit number 1. I know you don't know the gentleman in the photo here with her, but does that appear to be Marcella in the same dress?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, which picture is that?
I'm referring to Defense Exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll offer what's marked as Defense Exhibit number 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
And again,
One
permission to
moment,
publish,
defense
Judge.
exhibit number 1 is submitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish.
You may.
And again, it's a little grainy, but you can still tell that's her, isn't it?
Yes.
And you don't know who she's with there, but that's her in that same dress, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know if that was taken on her trip to Dallas or whatever, but again, it appears that that's her in the same dress that she took and put on Snapshot.
Yes.
All right. You indicated that while she was in Dallas, you didn't necessarily have communications with her, right? You were just following her on social media or whatever.
Correct.
All right. You said at some point you and the dad or the family became concerned to the extent that y'all called the police.
Correct.
And the police basically told you that it wasn't a priority. She's just a missing person.
Correct.
There are a lot of missing people, right?
Correct.
And you guys wanted them to do more, but they said that they got rules of procedure, right? Unless they had evidence of some wrongdoing, there's nothing they can do, right?
Correct.
They needed evidence,
Correct.
okay, before they can move on with this case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and the father came down, y'all visited with Raul, right?
Yes.
And y'all got a chance to talk to him
Yes.
about Marcellus coming to visit with him. And were y'all, did y'all have any concern about why he would allow Marcellus to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
Yes.
Y'all questioned him about that, right?
Correct.
And to be honest with this jury, everyone was really suspicious about Raul and what he had to do with Marcellus' disappearance, correct?
Yes.
And y'all let him know that, didn't you?
Yes, you did.
Especially Patrick. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Because, I mean, did you know Raul?
I met him one time prior.
Okay. Did it make sense to you that he would allow her to go back to Deep Ellum by herself at that time of night?
No.
Did you know that they had been out drinking earlier?
No.
Okay. All right, as far as, all these dates, let's strike that. I did want to ask you, real quickly about, you said that y'all were able to obtain some videos, or Patrick was able to get videos that at least show her in that Deep Ellum area.
Yes.
I mean, assuming that the Star Arcade is in the Deep Ellum area, right?
Yes.
All right. But on October the 11th, when this news story came out, I mean, this was a big story, right? Her face is plastered all over Deep Ellum. Now she's on the news. All the news outlets are showing her face, right? And that's October the 11th. And they're asking people, if you know anything, please let DPD know, correct?
Correct.
All right. This may be a better question for one of the detectives or something. Did you know anything about tips that DPD may receive from Crime Stoppers talking about people seeing her? Just if you know.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you. Please watch your step getting down from the witness stand. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Raul Ortiz.
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you get settled, let me know. Okay, are you ready?
I am.
All right. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Raul Ortiz, R-A-U-L-O-R-T-A-Z.
Okay. And Mr. Ortiz, I mean, you know why you're here. You knew Maricela Vitella Valadez, is that correct?
Correct, we're friends.
Okay, and where did you meet her?
I met her in Washington State back in my time in the service, maybe 2018, 2017 timeframe.
Okay, and you said time in the service, what branch did you serve in?
I was in the Army,
In the Army. And how long were you in the Army?
4 years.
And, when you met her, what kind of girl was she?
Outgoing, outspoken, there's more characteristics, but definitely outgoing, outspoken, kind, things of that nature.
Did you all kind of date for a short time?
Somewhat.
Somewhat, and I guess, characterize that for the jury, what does somewhat mean?
More than anything, kind of, not a serious relationship, but we were very good friends to a point where we had sexual encounters, but nothing to a point where we were dedicated to one another officially.
Okay, so you guys were friends, did go out on dates and things like that, but it never got anywhere serious, is that fair to say?
Correct.
At what point did you move from Washington?
What time did I move out of Washington? I'd say January 2019 is when I got out of there.
Okay, and where did you relocate to?
I relocated to either Texas or New York. Texas or New York, one or the other.
Okay,
Carolina.
and to be fair, I mean, you've moved around from Washington to Texas and to New York several times over the last, 2023, over the last 5 years or so.
I have.
Okay. In fact, you know, at the time of this offense in October 2020, you were in Dallas, is that right?
I was.
And during part of the investigation, when I believe Detective Christine Ramirez contacted you, you were down in Houston.
I believe so.
Okay. At some point, you may have returned to Washington.
Correct.
Okay. You were telling me yesterday one of the reasons is your family members, I believe it's your father, owns a business where you have a location in Dallas and one in Houston.
We did have a location in Dallas. We do have a location in Houston.
Okay, so the Dallas location shut down.
Correct.
Okay. During the time, or I guess after you left Washington, did you and Maricela stay in communication?
What was the question one more time?
Did you and Maricela stay in communication after you left Washington?
Yes.
Okay, Snapchat, things of that nature?
Yes.
And kind of what led to you inviting her to come down to see you?
Leisure. I know she was working up there, and I told her I'm here in Dallas. Hey, you want to come down? She was like, yeah. And she booked the trip to come out here, kind of spontaneously.
Okay. And what kinds of things do you guys do in Dallas?
The typical things: sightseeing, eating, drinking. That's it, really.
Okay.
Sightseeing, eating, and drinking.
I mean, this was just about having fun.
Correct.
Now, she got here on October 2nd, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and I believe that is on if we look at the calendar up there, October 2nd is on a Friday. And she was planning on returning on October 5th. She had a booked flight, is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Did you pick her up from the airport or did she Uber to your house?
I picked her up from the airport.
Okay, and was the plan for you to take her back to the airport?
Yes.
So let's go to what happened on October 4th, okay? What did you guys do kind of throughout the day?
We had a late morning, so maybe 11, 12 o'clock we woke up, had food somewhere, I can't remember specifically, we had food. And then we
Pecan
got-
Lodge?
Excuse me?
Pecan Lodge, maybe?
I'm not entirely sure what that reference means.
Okay. The Pecan Lodge barbecue place in Deep Ellum.
You know, again, I don't remember.
Okay,
I
no
really don't
problem.
remember.
So you guys have some food. What else?
probably a few cocktails. The specifics of that day, I really don't remember. I really don't remember. What I do know is that more than likely we had cocktails, ate some food, and then got the night started just like any other day.
Okay.
It's a time of leisure, time for us to kind of let loose a little bit, forget about work, and just, kind of live a little bit in the moment.
When you knew her in Seattle, did she drink and hang out and party?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay, was she the type to get out of control?
No.
Okay. Did you know her to be a drug user?
No.
Now, this weekend that she stayed with you, did you all drink and party?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if she ever used any other substances?
No.
And do you recall ever telling anyone, a detective or anyone else, that she may have used Percocet?
No.
You don't recall doing that?
No.
Okay. Based on your interaction with her October 4th, did she seem like she was in control of herself?
Yes.
So let's get to how you all got separated. So you all are out drinking, hanging out. What happened that led her to be separated from you?
Okay. I don't remember the specific timeline, but the reason we split up was because I had vomit on my shirt because I was drunk, and we went to my apartment, and I didn't have the keys to get in it, and my roommate was long gone. So I wasn't gonna go out. I told her, hey, if anything, if I get into my apartment, let's meet up at Deep Ellum. So she got an Uber, went to Deep Ellum, and I literally slept outside my apartment out on the balcony, like vomit on me. And that's when the next morning I woke up. I was messaging her all morning, and she just didn't respond.
That night, I mean, did you have any concerns, or was there any, reluctance to let her leave without you back down to Deep Ellum?
One more time?
Did you have any reluctance or concerns about letting this pretty young girl go back down to Deep Ellum on her own?
No.
What did you think when you woke up the next morning and she wasn't there?
Me being from Texas and me seeing what I've seen in my lifetime, I figured something bad had happened.
How did that make you feel?
Pretty bad to a point where I immediately called it in as a missing person because I could tell something was wrong.
So at that point, had you talked to anybody from her home of Seattle, any family members or friends?
Possibly, I don't remember. I think I did reach out to one of the family members, but I don't remember the specifics in this moment.
Okay. But you called in a 911 missing persons report. Did you get any response from the Dallas Police Department?
I spoke to them, reported them, and I think that's as far as it went, to my recollection right now.
Did you continue trying to get in touch with her?
Yes.
What different ways were you trying to get in touch with her?
iMessage, calling, and text message. Instagram, Snapchat.
Now, when she left that night, did she still leave her suitcase and some of her personal items with you?
Yes.
Okay, and then she left some personal items in her purse as well.
Correct.
I'm sorry, in your car. She left a kind of a backpack purse in your car, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, the coronavirus, the pandemic, was still a pretty big concern in Texas. Do you recall at that time people were having to wear face masks in buildings and things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her father coming down with her cousin Denesli and talking with you about Maricela and her whereabouts?
Yes.
What was that conversation like?
Very concerning. We went out and we went out looking for her, asking questions. I believe we left some flyers. But that's the way that looked like. We came here concerned. They could tell something was wrong. I could tell that something was wrong. We went out asking questions, investigating her whereabouts, leaving flyers, talking to people. But that's the way that looked.
And did they have some concerns about you letting her go down to develop?
Yes.
Looking back on it now and knowing that, I mean, they found her remains 6 months later, how does that make you feel?
Shitty. That makes me feel pretty shitty. She was a very good friend of mine. I would even say even one of my best friends, really.
Now, you talked about her leaving some of her belongings in your car. First witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Well, I'm gonna show you the contents of this bag, marked States Exhibit 6. Trying not to rip the bag too much. Do you recall that backpack?
Looks familiar.
Okay, is that the backpack that she left in the back of your car? Or I'm in your car, I'm not sure where she left it, but in your car?
I can say confidently, yes.
Okay, and looking, would it help to also to look at some of the contents in there?
Sure.
Okay, and a ticket, a book, Subtle Art of Not Giving a F word. And specifically, do you remember this mask?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer States 6, the contents, the backpack and contents
No
for all
objection.
purposes.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 6, a brown old-fashioned shopping bag with a tan backpack, and the contents therein are admitted for all purposes.
Okay. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So some of the contents, we talked about a book. She was planning on returning it's about a 4-hour flight from Seattle, is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. A box of the original feathered lash wispies. I don't know if you wear fake eyelashes, but that appeared to be fake eyelash box.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Something she'd have in her backpack.
Magnet from Seattle. And then this cheetah print face mask.
Definitely, yeah. As I'm making memory now, I do remember that specific backpack on her body and her bringing it in there.
Okay. And do you recall her wearing this specific face mask during her time here in Dallas?
Yes.
Here's also, she had a, looks like a part of a boarding pass to Bangkok, from Bangkok to Seoul, Korea, with her name on it and date. You didn't accompany her on that trip, did you?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that she did enjoy traveling?
Yes.
Also contained in that backpack, Cheez-Its, regular snack, airplane, a Delta napkin. Do you recall what airline you picked her up from?
I don't recall.
Delta Wi-Fi information. And then also what appears to be snacks that they hand out on a plane, Delta biscuit. Was there any indication at all, Raul, that she had any intent to stay in Dallas?
No.
Would that be like her at all in that, knowing her for the years that you knew her, would that be something she would do?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this time, the state passes the witness.
Right, before we start cross-examination, it is now 12:29, and we will go ahead and take our lunch break for 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember your instructions. Mr. Ortiz, if you would stand down and wait for the attorneys in the DA workroom. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
couldn't recall if there was anything,
The assault conviction
that was,
from 2017.
yeah, I couldn't remember if there was anything relevant that we brought up, and if I should just put on the record. We have a motion on the hearing outside of the presence or that you're not planning on getting into it.
Keith is actually crossing him, and I don't know if he's gonna get into
Okay.
Ortiz's history or not.
Okay.
So,
That's, and we'll.
Can we please call maintenance and let them know it is 75 degrees in the courtroom, comma, we need more AC, please. Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Your Honor, before, I'm sorry,
Alright.
before we go on, have the jury out here.
Did you want to be on the
Mr.
record?
Yes,
Alright.
sorry.
Ready, Judge.
What's this at?
Alright, we're back on the record outside the presence and hearing of the jury. What, Ms. Pittman, you have something to put on the record?
Yes, prior to testimony today, we turned over NCICs on any civilian witnesses that were testifying. Mr. Ortiz had some criminal history. We are just asking the court to, if the defense intends on bringing any of that out through testimony, that we have a hearing outside of the presence of the jury, allow the court to examine the NCIC and see if any of the history on here is relevant.
Alright, does the defense intend to question the witness about any of these?
This, I mean, there's an assault, conviction, in 2017 is my understanding. Is that what we're talking about, out of the count?
Hold on, the door's open. Thank you.
Oh, that's a traffic off.
So, Mr. Marisol?
Yeah, I can't tell if it's assault on female.
Well, females,
Yeah, assault on
Family.
female, so
family violence is,
that's a criminal charge, assault on a female.
so if I assault a female, is it a criminal charge?
Yeah, assault.
Depending on your relationship with them.
That was your. I barely never.
Well, do y'all wanna talk, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, Judge, the only thing I would offer is he has an assault, conviction,
From,
2017.
alright.
it's a,
See the NCIC TCS?
yes, Your Honor, and sure I have all of it, because they were going through it.
I'm sorry, Judge.
This is the particular assault that they're talking about, Judge. Yeah, there's the back end, there's the front
Thank you.
pages. Mr. Marisol.
September 2021 cases?
The, which charge, Your Honor?
Interfering with emergency request for assistance and assault. It says both of these, the charges were accepted by the Edinburgh PD.
Your Honor, if you mind if I mean, it just doesn't say it on there. I didn't,
Well,
Can I just ask him?
yeah, I'm just
Yep.
gonna ask him. Mr. Ortiz,
Yes, Your Honor?
what happened with your Edinburgh, cases?
There are allegations against me that are still ongoing.
Okay, they're still pending cases.
Correct.
Where is Edinburgh?
That's McAllen, Texas.
Okay, alright, thank you. And Mr. Ortiz, what happened with your, Tacoma, Washington probation for assault? Did you live that out or did it get revoked? Did you
I
do-
finished there. I did everything positive on the positive side of things.
Okay, did you end up doing jail time on those?
I did on one. Off of my own recommendation, my attorney's recommendation, I went in voluntarily.
On one of the assault charges there?
Believe so, I think it's one in 2017.
Okay. Alright. And that was. Okay. Were those assault cases, how many assault cases were there in Washington? And what did that have to do with the vehicular assault?
Okay, so you're asking me about my history, my
Yes.
criminal history?
Yeah.
Okay. And your question is, what's going on with an assault charge, or are you seeing various, or I don't know what your specific question is to me, Your Honor.
How many assault cases did you have in Washington?
I was charged with, I think, 3.
Okay.
I was charged with 3, I think.
And did one of those include the vehicular assault?
No,
Okay, that was separate?
that was separate.
Okay. So with regard to your 3 assault cases, what happened on those?
2 of them were dismissed. One of them I did some time. I served some time.
Okay. Then what happened on the vehicular assault case?
Dismissed.
Okay. Did you do time on that one?
No.
Alright. All right, Mr. Harris, have my questioning, prompted any questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
And Mr. Harris, do you want to get into these, this past criminal history with this witness?
I do, Your Honor. I'm not trying to get into the facts of
Right.
just the fact that he has had those issues that I believe are potentially impeachable.
All right. Does the state object to that?
Yes, Your Honor, we don't believe that any of those convictions are, or any of that history is admissible for impeachment purposes.
All right, the court makes the following ruling. The court finds that the this testimony is more probative than prejudicial. Therefore, the defense will be allowed to ask this witness about the 3 assault charges from Tacoma, Washington, and the one he pleaded to and did time on. I will allow the defense to get into the fact that this witness is currently charged with interfering with an emergency services phone call and assault in Edinburgh, Texas. That those charges are pending. In order to show any possible bias on behalf of the witness.
Your Honor, I was just going to renew the state's objection under 609 A, and that it's required, right, that the evidence of the criminal conviction to attack the witness's character and truthfulness be all 3, right? It has to be the felony or moral turpitude and outweigh.
It does, unless it's possible to show bias, and this witness does have pending cases in the state, and is testifying for state's prosecutors. Therefore, I will allow the defense to ask him whether he is receiving any benefit for those pending cases.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready for the jury now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're ready for the jury. Mr. Ortiz, when the jury comes in, you do have to stand.
Okay.
We're ready, Mr. Sapman, thank you.
All rise.
It doesn't matter where you sit, you can scooch down.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right, you may be seated. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Is Mr. Valdez?
Ortiz.
Ortiz, I'm sorry. Mr. Ortiz, roll.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I heard you pretty much did everything you could to cooperate with this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew everybody thought you had something to do with it initially, didn't you?
Correct, sir.
All right. Did you talk to anybody that wanted to talk to you, including some of, you referred to her as Marty?
Excuse me, what was the name?
You referred to Marcella as Marty?
No, I did not.
You never referred to her as Marty?
No.
What do you refer to her as?
Mari?
Marty, okay. Well, I don't have an accent there, but I was close. Okay, and loosen up. I'm not trying to trick you or nothing like that, okay?
Sure.
All right. Bottom line, as far as this case is concerned, you've been under, you did everything you could to assist in the investigation.
I did.
Whether it was with the DPD, Detective Ramirez, or the FBI, anybody that wanted to talk to you, you talked to them, right?
Correct.
And I mean, she went all the way to Washington trying to track you down, didn't she?
Yes, I did.
And when she was in Washington, you had already moved to Houston, remember that?
Correct.
All right, and you told her exactly what she could find, you didn't?
Correct.
And you talked to her, right?
Correct.
All right, but I want to talk to you specifically about, well, what is this? May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 1. Is this pretty much how she was dressed that night? If you recall?
Yes, sir.
Is that her?
It is, sir.
All right. Let me just ask you specifically, if you were talking about y'all had went out and you got so drunk, you threw up on yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
But when y'all were out at some of these bars or whatever, you ran into some of your friends as well, didn't you? Let me just ask you specifically, do you remember her having some concerns about some of the people that you were having contact with?
No.
You don't remember talking to people about the fact that she thought that one of your friends was an Armenian?
What is your question?
Do you remember talking to, I don't know which one of her friends you talked to about it, but she was texting them while y'all were out. Did you know that?
I'm losing you here. I don't even know where you're going with this. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Oh, well, let me go real slow so you understand. While y'all were out,
Sure.
do you recall ever getting drugs from one of your friends out there?
No.
All right. Do you recall ever talking to one of Marcella's friends, or whoever was questioning you about that night, about her having concerns about some Armenian?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
And you saying no, they were from Israel? They were Israelis. You remember that?
No.
Do you remember one of her friends asking you if you thought it was an overdose? She could have had an overdose.
No. I don't even know what conversation you're talking about.
So that never happened, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right, so no one ever asked you about her possibly having an overdose?
No.
Okay, and you remember them asking you about whether or not, where'd y'all get the Percocet?
This is the second time I hear Percocet in this courtroom, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Okay, so you would recognize your voice on a recording, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think if I let you listen to that phone call, that would refresh your memory?
Sure.
Judgment of reproach?
Okay.
So they didn't let you listen to any recordings that you may have had in the past?
No.
Whether it was with Detective Ramirez or other people?
No.
Okay. Judgment of reproach?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need to send you back to the jury room for what will be a short break for you, about 5 minutes, so please don't wander off.
All rise.
And, are you still helping out or leave or?
Really, doing like that, man. I did all that, man, really. That's really it. From here on out, all the evidence I have, I emailed it to the detective, and because we're going back and forth. She asked me about my friends that were Israeli. I gave her information. They're doing a full investigation. You know what I mean? So they got those news numbers. They're gonna contact them.
Was they at school or with?
My friends that were Israeli, that you remember her complaining about some dudes that were
Yes.
she was saying that they were Armenians.
Yeah.
So I put all that information when they questioned all the information there. So basically from here on out, I'll gonna be under control. I'll answer whatever questions you guys need to answer. I'll do whatever I have to. If I have to go back to Texas, I'll go back to Texas.
That's
I'm
good.
here.
And Judge, I'm sorry, there's one more about the Percocet. I just want to refresh his memory on.
I appreciate you taking this time to accomplish that. That's right.
Yeah, I never heard that about people being on a girl.
Yeah. Fucking, it's a fucking, it's like, something that a person likes to do. You know, you ever see some guys that like to beat up on girls?
No, usually I don't think of people.
It's what's it called? It's a fetish. You ever see fetish?
BDSM?
Huh?
You call it BDSM?
I don't know what the hell that is. What's that?
Like when people beat and torture people, I mean, that's like put them in and
I don't know the exact verbiage, but that's the person that popped into my head. You were asking what, have you thought about anything as an after? Oh yeah, you can think all sorts of things. Yeah. You can think all sorts of things, that's for sure. But it doesn't help, no, it doesn't help. Unless you have some evidence towards something, then you really don't want to be diving into crazy situations the way people normally do, like me.
But don't think like he might have like could have overdosed,
No.
cause I know he was on that day, so I don't know if she could have been too drugged or maybe he did.
Not even close. No.
She was fine that day though?
Yeah.
And where you got the Percocet from?
Look,
Stop.
let me call Tasha right now, see let me.
That's you, right?
Sounds like it.
And you say I got the Percocet from a dude, right?
No, not that I heard of this tape, no.
Rewind it again.
Yeah.
And where you got the Percocet from?
Look, let me call.
He asked you specifically, where did you get the Percocet from? You said, I got it from a dude.
Yeah,
Correct?
apparently so, yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're ready for the jury. Can I see the attorneys real quick while they're lining up jury? Yes. We're ready, Mr. Sadler.
All right.
may be seated. And Mr. Harris, you may resume your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Ortiz, I'll let you hear a couple of phone recordings that we finally were able to establish was your voice talking to someone, correct?
Apparently so, yes.
And on those recordings, remember I specifically asked you if someone asked you if she could have overdosed, right?
Sure?
And you emphatically said no, right?
What's your question?
My question is, when they asked you, is it possible she could have overdosed? You said no. Right?
Give me a second, I'm trying to think. Because you're asking me a very specific question.
Well, let me rephrase it. When they asked you if she could have overdosed, what did you say?
From the tape you showed me, you know, even to
To be
this moment,
specific, I let you hear.
the tape you let me hear right now, I really can't even recollect.
So are you denying? You're not saying it's not you on the tape, correct?
I'm saying it sounds like me.
Okay. So are you denying that you said in response to someone asking you if she could have overdosed, you saying no, no way?
I still don't know, I still don't hear the question, I'm sorry.
My question is, are you denying that on the tape we just heard, when you were asked the question, could she have overdosed? You said, no way.
To my recollection, to this very question, for the third, fourth time, I said, no. I'm saying no right now.
You're saying no, she did, okay, you're saying no, you don't remember responding to that question?
Correct.
Or you're saying,
Correct.
okay. But you understand the jury hears your voice, right?
Sure?
And if they hear the tape, I guess they could just determine whether or not that's your voice on the tape. Would you agree?
They can, yeah.
Okay. Whether or not you responded that no, no way.
Sure, I don't remember. This is a tape that you're showing me, you know.
Okay. Okay, well, let me ask you, and Judge, the only reason I'm standing is because this is in my
That's
vision.
fine. That's fine.
You remember I asked you about the Percocet?
Sure?
On the same tape that I just let you hear,
Mhm.
someone asked you, where did y'all get the Percocet? Remember that?
Yes, sir?
And you said, I got it from a dude, didn't you?
Apparently so, yes.
Ain't no parent. Did you say, I got it from a dude? Referring to the Percocet.
On the tape you're showing me, apparently so. Yes, sir. Do I recollect? No.
Is that yes? I said,
No,
I
I'm
got
saying,
Percocet from a dude.
in the tape you showed me, yes.
And he referred to where did y'all get the Percocet, did you?
Sure?
Oh, I wanted to ask you also about this, when, I don't know whether it was Detective Ramirez or whoever it was, but they asked you, you emphatically said, look, I did all I can, you know. She even asked my friends, or she asked me about my friends that were Israeli, you remember that?
Sure?
You remember hearing that?
Yes, sir?
But said that Marcella thought that they were Armenian. Correct?
Sure?
And had concerns about those people, didn't she?
What's your question?
Marcella thought the people that you were calling your friends were Armenian, and she had concerns about those people, didn't she?
From what you're telling me, yes, sir.
Okay. But at some point, I guess what were you drinking that night? Do you remember?
No.
You get so drunk that you vomit on yourself, right?
Correct.
But Marcella was drinking too much,
She was?
but she didn't vomit on herself, did she?
Correct.
Because again, we can see her in this photo, right? Correct?
I can see her in that photo, yes.
And that's how she appeared, when you last saw her.
No, I mean, yes, yes,
Not with this guy, but I'm saying.
yes, yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Mr. Ortiz, again, as far as, you had about 3 assault cases?
Yeah, you're asking me if I had around 3 assault cases?
Yes, sir.
Is that your question?
Yes, sir.
Probably more charged, but I only have 1 on record.
Okay. And 1 interference with a, what is it, interference with a what? You got like an interference with a 911 call?
Allegedly.
Okay. Because that's still pending, right?
Correct.
And you're not hoping you're gonna get any help from the state from coming in here testifying, right?
Well, absolutely not.
Okay. But on the night that all this happened, and y'all went back to your apartment, you weren't upset with Marcella's law, were you?
One more time, I'm sorry.
On the night, after y'all go out, y'all catch an Uber back, or were you driving? Just if you remember, if you don't,
No, I really don't remember.
okay. But at some point, y'all go back to your apartment, right?
Sure.
And she wants to go back out.
Okay.
You're not upset about that, right?
I probably was a little upset, but what could I do? I had vomit all over me.
And there was no physical altercation between you and her.
Oh, no.
And you're telling members of the jury you did everything you could to assist in this investigation.
Absolutely.
Including tell Detective Ramirez exactly where she could find you in Houston.
Correct.
And did she come to Houston and talk to you?
I don't remember.
Okay, all right. And as far as this Percocet, you're saying you don't remember whether y'all used Percocet. That's just what's on that tape, right?
Correct.
I'll pass it with discussion.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be finally excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Judge
Mr.
Ortiz,
Ortiz,
Your Honor.
please watch your step, you are free to leave and go about your business, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Investigator Whaley.
Good afternoon. I see that your right hand is raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that in this case, you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you, you may be seated. You may proceed.
And I have permission to approach, get some stickers.
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state and spell your name to the record, sir?
Garrick Whaley, Garrick Whaley.
And how are you currently employed?
I work here at the Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, what's your role here?
I'm one of the criminal investigators
Okay. And how long you been with the DA's office?
for about 2 years.
Okay. What did you do prior to coming to the DA's office?
My previous 28 years was at the Dallas County Sheriff's Department.
And what was your experience, or what were your roles that you served in DSO, Dallas County Sheriff's Office?
I started with the Sheriff's Department in 1994 as a detention officer. 1998, I became a deputy. In 2002, I transferred to the physical evidence section, which is crime scene. I spent 17 years in the crime scene unit as a crime scene detective. I spent my last 2 years with the Sheriff's Department in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So what's the difference between the crime scene investigation and the criminal investigation division?
So, crime scene, for lack of a better example, CSI on TV, you go to the crime scene, you document, and you're not necessarily trying to solve the crime, you're just trying to figure out the crime scene.
Document and evidence collect, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and then, that last role, the criminal investigation division, that's more detective, kind of the quarterback or the lead of the investigation,
That's correct.
okay? And back in 2020 and 2021, is that where you would have been, was in, with the Dallas Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I'm gonna draw your attention, the reason you're here, March 24th, 2021, were you at the Dallas Sheriff's Office then?
I was.
Okay, and did you receive a call out, that day?
I did.
Okay, what was the nature of that call out?
It was found human remains at 3600 Post Oak.
Okay. And where is that in Dallas?
South Dallas County, Wilmer area.
Commissioner Cochran?
You may.
I'm gonna mark these three. States 7, 8, and 9. Do you recognize these?
I do, sir.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of the area you just started talking about?
They are.
And there's a dot on these maps as well. Is that indicating the area of Post Oak in which you're beginning to testify about?
That's correct.
This time I'll offer states 7 through 9 for all purposes and alternative defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, state's exhibits 7, 8, and 9, which appear to be aerial photographs, are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Publisher?
You may.
So if we start here, state 7. We see Post Oak Road and a red dot kind of right there in the middle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the actual call-out location for this call of someone found human remains.
Correct.
And then just as we kind of bounce out, we get more perspective of the area where this is at in, this is out in Wilmer.
Yes, sir.
And then states 9, just to give us a little bit more context to kind of put it in relation with some of our major highways, 35 and 20, right there as well, right?
Yes, sir. 45 and 20.
45 and 20, excuse me,
What number, sir?
states 9.
Thank you.
And so you get this call out, who calls to talk about the human remains?
There was a witness who was placing cat traps for feral cats in the area.
Okay.
Who would who saw the remains and then called 911. I received a call from our communications division about it.
And then you head out to the scene that day?
Correct.
And the scene was documented that day as well?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were there human remains out there?
Yes, sir.
How do you know?
There was a skull.
So pretty identifying piece of human remains.
Yes.
Okay. And was the area searched?
Yes.
Can you kind of, I mean, we've got it up on that map and we've got a few more pictures we're gonna go through in video here, but how would you describe that area?
As I described in my report, it was mostly farmland and wooded area.
And a video was taken out there at the time when you all are out there for the search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess before we jump into that, there are, March 24th, you're dispatched out there.
Correct.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Was that the only time that you're out there?
In that area, no.
Okay. Did y'all go back for a subsequent search?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was, the 26th, 2 days later.
And what was the reason for that?
We did further canvass the area to get a deeper search. We had it was getting dark and we had some severe weather coming in that night. And so there was a determination to collect what we could see and clear the area and then come back at a later time.
Commissioner Bertrand?
You may,
Do I have permission to approach freely with this witness?
you may.
I'm gonna show you a mark here states 10. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Okay, is that your signature there on it?
It is.
Had you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
Okay. And what's on this disc on states 10?
This is the crime scene video that was taken at the scene.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as it was when you all were out there back in 2021?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer states 10 for all purposes. I'll tender defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor, this has been previously tendered.
All right, State's Exhibit 10 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Beltran?
You may. Would you like the laptop?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is a video without sound, just to give the kind of visualization of the area, is that right?
That's correct.
additionally, photographs were taken of that area as well.
That is correct.
And what was, so whenever you, there was, in between the first time you're out there and the second time, you said that there was rainfall that came as well?
Correct. The first initial day that we were out there that evening, there was quite a significant thunderstorm that came through the area.
And that area we can see in there, that kind of corner right there on that plot of land kind of collects a good bit of rain whenever it comes. Is that
Yes,
right? In fact, in preparation for trial, you went back out there to the scene with Ms. Pittman and I, is that right?
that is correct.
Had a significant bit of water just recently when we were out there.
Yes.
And then, the first trip that you're out there on the 24th, you're collecting just kind of stuff that you can easily see, that we kind of see on the top of the ground there, is that fair?
Yeah, well, yes, sir, but, I mean, the sheriff's department didn't actually collect any of that stuff. The medical examiner's office came out and did the collection. We were just documenting.
It's a joint collection, collective, a joint effort, I guess. You've got Dallas Sheriff's Office out there, you said the medical examiner's out there. Do you recall what other agencies were out there?
That first initial day, just the sheriff's department and the medical examiner's
Okay,
office.
the follow-up day, who all's out there?
It was the sheriff's department, medical examiner's office, and Dallas Police Department.
Is the FBI out there as well?
I don't recall them being there.
And, so you've got a lot of agencies, were there a lot of people there?
15 to 20.
Okay. And then can you describe kind of the efforts of kind of surveilling the area to look for evidence out there?
Well, you have the field, it's, I mean, it's pretty open right there. The wooded area was a little bit more difficult to get through. It was thick with brush, and it was quite muddy that day, so it was kind of made it very difficult to run through that area.
Now I'm going to show you what I have marked here, states 11 through 38. You flip through those, coming back towards you. It's just like all through 38? So you've looked through all through 38?
Yes.
So 11 through 38. Are these all a fair and accurate depiction of the site out there, either on that first day or on the subsequent day in the search of the area?
Yes, sir.
This time, I'll offer states 11 through 38 for all purposes, and I'll turn it in for inspection.
No objection, Judge, they've been previously too.
All right, state's exhibits 11 through 38, photographs are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Publisher?
You may.
So I'll move through these, I mean, we've seen the video, so we have the context of them, but just in case, you know, the jury needs them, I mean, this is the area we're talking about, it's kind of right there off the road, in States 11, is that fair?
That is correct.
And then the way these are kind of shot is they then start to turn and show different angles and different parts of the area, and then we'll be focusing on individual evidence.
Correct.
We see here States 13, and we saw in the video you document, the Dallas Sheriff's Department documents the poll there. What's the purpose of that?
So the numbers on the pole can be fed to the telephone company, and they can give an exact location of where that pole is, so just to define the location.
Because the area we're talking about, right, State 7, there's no actual addresses out there.
Correct.
States 14, just kind of showing Post Oak headed back towards, I think, Pleasant Run, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Pleasant Run this way, Beltline this way.
Correct.
States 15, now we're looking towards Beltline.
Yes, sir.
State 16, showing that pole across the street of Post Oak.
Yes, sir.
17, again, just documenting the name or number that's associated with that telephone pole.
Correct.
So then we come back, States 18, and now we're starting to look at the area that you are all about to begin your search.
That's correct.
States 19, this is that field that you're gonna begin to search where we can see it's pretty muddy, some small pooling of water and some holes, I guess, in the ground, for lack of a better word.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And we can even see here in States 19, we saw in the video where we're starting to see that some of those remains are sitting right there on top of the soil.
Yes, sir.
States 20. That's the human skull that you talked about seeing?
Yes, sir.
And we see in States 21, that skull portion's up here, and we see some more human remains several feet away.
Correct.
States 22,
Those, the remains that were several feet away from the skull, you see a close-up of those.
and then 23, we see it, again, a little bit closer shot.
Yes, sir. Same remains, just a different angle.
States 24, we now have a ruler next to it to give us some size context.
Correct.
States 25.
So, picture of the skull.
We just continue to document various angles and degrees of close to whatever it is you're photographing, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
States 27, again, now we have it with the ruler there to give some context about size.
Correct.
And then States 28, separate from the skull is the lower half of the jaw.
Yes, sir.
States 29,
Close-up of the lower jawbone.
States 30, we now have the rulers in place to give us some size context.
That's correct, sir.
States 31. Kind of hard to see on the screen here, but we see that we have some kind of just dead brush. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then, but then there are some bones if you look there in the middle of the screen.
Yes, sir. Right.
We'll then zoom in on those. States 32.
Yes, sir. Close up of those human bones.
States 33.
And then human bones with the scale in it.
States 34.
Once the skull was removed from the where it was found, just to set it up on a spot to get a straight shot at, get a better look at it.
You can see half of the skull was obviously exposed away from the soil, and the rest of it's covered in dirt.
Correct.
And then States 35. I have here. This is from that second follow-up investigation. Whenever you have more of the agencies out there.
I do not recall anything like that on that second day. No, sir. I know they talked about subsequent searches.
And then States 38. There was a documented trash bag out there.
Correct.
And again, your job with Dallas Sheriff's Office was just to assist and document it's happening out. This is a scene right outside of the Dallas city limits. Is that fair?
That it is.
Okay. And Dallas was already lead agency on this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, like you said earlier, your job wasn't the collection, or you or any of the DSO personnel out there. Your job wasn't to collect the evidence or anything like that.
Correct.
You were just assisting in the scene.
Well, the day, we didn't know the identity of the victim until the next day,
Okay.
on the 25th. So that day, initial day, we were thinking this was our investigation.
So initially, not sure whose investigation, think it's yours. The identification comes back. You're told of the identification. Are you told who it is?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you told the identification of those remains were?
Maricela Botello.
Okay. And then Dallas already had an open case involving her.
Correct.
And then so that's why they're out there for the subsequent search.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when we spoke in preparation for trial, we went back out to the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then you took some photos while you're out there.
I did.
States 39 through Are those all photographs that you took when we went and revisited the scene?
They are.
Okay. And then we had you drive to another location, 274 Turning Tree Road, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You have no idea its relevance in this case, though?
I do not.
Okay. That wasn't part of your initial investigation or anything like that? It was just something we asked you to go over there and we documented that as well?
Correct.
Okay. This States 49, is this a Google Street printout showing kind of that street that we went over to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And then States 50 is a photograph you took while we were over there at the end of that street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 51. This, what are we looking at here in States 51?
Appears to be a Google map printout of a mapping of the point between the scene where the bones were found and the turning tree address.
This time I'll offer States 39 through 51, alternative defense for any objections.
No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 39 through 51 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Ron?
You may.
essentially seen these, but states 39 is us looking out from Post Oak, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we're looking mostly north towards Pleasant Run that way.
Correct.
And then states 40 shows us looking back towards Beltline.
That is correct.
Fairly remote area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, this area of town where these bones, where you're called out, is that in the state of Texas?
It is.
Is it in the Dallas County?
It is.
These were some reshots to kind of show the area again, kind of the trees and that brush. Obviously, it looks a little different. This is from the revisit, but you can see that there is additional trash that's back out there now.
Yes, sir.
States 42. Again, just some additional shots that maybe we weren't taking whenever you're first out there. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then states 43, we can't really see it here, but there's a fence right in this area, right? Looks like there's one of the fence posts.
Yes, sir. There is a fence.
Now, that fence just cuts kind of long ways with the property. It doesn't stop you from exiting a car or vehicle and walking onto the property from the road.
Correct.
On either side of that fence, that field where the remains are found, or this other more wooded, brushy side.
Correct, sir.
You could enter both of them.
Correct.
States 44, we're just kind of moving down and showing some of that brush and tree area over there. Correct?
Yes, sir.
States 45, again, just kind of moving that direction.
Yes, sir.
46, just a tight close-up there.
Yes, sir.
And 47, again, a good bit of trash when we're back out there 3 years later, 2 years later, right?
Yes, sir.
And states 48, just kind of continuing that angle on towards Beltline.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then now, states 49, we're looking at 274 Turning Tree Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
States 50's a photograph you took, that's right there at the end of that street. And if I were to look kind of this way, would you say that's kind of, if we could walk straight through all the trees and the watered areas over there, we would get right over here to this?
That's correct, sir.
In states 51, just kind of illustrating that 274 Turning Tree, body recovery area, and would you say it's about approximate, less than a 5-minute or 5-minute drive between those two locations?
Yes, sir.
That's what it is, Sean.
In fact, it's about 3 miles, isn't it? A little over 3 miles according to the Google. Do you know?
I do not know the exact measurement, sir.
Okay. What's that, 9? Is states 9? I got it right. Okay, just so the members of the jury are clear what we're talking about, this is like, right off of, so this is 45 here, right? 45?
Yes,
Right?
sir. Yes, sir.
And that's like going toward Houston, right?
Correct.
Like, and then you got your speed trap for those of you who go to Houston a lot, in Wilmer. And this is what we're talking about in this area, right?
Yes, sir.
Wilmer. And then that post oak is this road right here,
Post Oak would be the road where the,
where the little red dot is.
yes, sir.
All right, but that's right there by Wilmer, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, in fact, there's like a little Love's over here somewhere down 45, right?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you familiar with the area?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Regardless, and let me be specific. I'm gonna sit on this side where I can see. No, we good. you said you worked crime scene, right?
For 17 years, yes, sir.
All right, so as far as, you know, in that area out there, that open range out there, I think y'all even indicated that the person who called y'all was setting, cat traps, right?
That's correct.
A lot of animals out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Hogs, wild hogs,
Yes, sir.
possibly even bobcats, correct?
Possible, yes, sir.
All right, so as far as these bones that y'all found, the skull y'all found, how long was it in that location, do you know?
Do not know.
Okay. As far as the location that, this skull was found, you can't say, whether or not an animal found it in the wooded area and transported it to that area, can you?
I can't say for certain one way or the other, but I'd be really surprised if there hadn't been any animal activity.
Okay. But you can't say that, can you?
Correct.
You don't know, again, well, as far as evidence of, the body obviously had decomposed, right?
Completely.
Okay. Were there any clothing found near the skull?
No.
That would indicate someone had dumped the body there?
No, sir.
Other than the, I think you had the head, or you had the skull, looked like you had the jawbone, you had some other, looked like some fractures of a bone, but you had a femur or something like that?
I believe so, yeah, and some bare bones.
But it wasn't a complete skeleton, was it?
No, sir, it was not.
So the possibility that those bones had been moved from another location is possible, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And again, we're talking about an area that's not secure, right?
Correct.
And in reference to, I think you said that y'all even had to, come back because you were worried about severe weather or something like that, what'd you say?
It was turning dark, and we had some severe weather coming in, so the decision was made to come back at it on another day.
And just so members of the jury are clear, again, these remains, any evidence out there is out there, open to the elements.
Absolutely.
And as crime scene, I guess, expert, 17 years, I think, makes you expert. The elements in the area in which an object is left can potentially affect, I guess, what evidence you collect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I said that right. And, but Terrell, do you recall storms, in February 2021? Just a few did.
I mean, nothing specific.
Okay, okay. Okay, so just so we're clear, you go out there, and when you're out there, the enemy's out there too?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, the medical examiner's field agent.
Yeah, that's what I meant, the field agent, I'm sorry, thank you. Well, let me just get right to the point. As far as the remains that y'all found out there, can you tell the members of the jury whether that person was poisoned?
I have no idea.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered an overdose?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered an overdose?
I cannot.
Other than clearly not being shot in the head, can you tell the members of the jury whether that person suffered a gunshot wound?
I cannot.
Can you tell whether the members of the jury whether that person had been stabbed?
I cannot.
And that's because of how badly the body was decomposed.
Correct.
And in regards to whether or not, those remains or that skull was at that location on October the 5th of 2020, you can't tell the members of the jury that, can you?
No, I cannot.
I'll pass it with the judge.
No, that's from the state, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be found excused.
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you for being here today. You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Dr. Christian Crowder.
please stop and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, sir?
Dr. Christian Crowder, last name Crowder.
Yes, sir. How are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm the Chief of Human Identification and Anthropology at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. How long you been there?
I've been there since 2021.
And prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was the anthropologist for the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long were you an anthropologist there at Dallas County Medical Examiner?
I started there in 2018.
So 3 years?
Correct.
And what are your, I guess what kind of training, experience, school does it take to become an anthropologist at a medical examiner's office?
I have a bachelor's in biological anthropology from Texas A&M, a master's in biological anthropology from University of Texas Arlington, and then a PhD in biological anthropology from University of Toronto, Ontario. And I'm board certified with the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
What's it take to become board certified?
To be board certified, you have to meet all of the educational requirements, PhD. You have to submit recommendation letters from other boarded individuals, and you have to provide 3 case studies that either you performed or worked with for evaluation to sit for the board exam. And then there's a 2-part exam with questioning and then a practicum where you have to review skeletal remains and other things that is used for our types of analyses.
Okay. And so let's get into that. What is your type of analysis? What is the function of the anthropologist in these offices?
So a forensic anthropologist is a biological anthropologist who has a specialty in human osteology or the human skeleton, as well as any cartilaginous structures. These are structures that attach to the skeleton, like your rib cage, neck structures. This also includes any other hard tissue like dentition. We also are trained in archaeological recovery methods because we assist with outdoor scene recoveries for decomposed, burned, or skeletonized human remains.
In this case, were you assigned to do some of those things?
Yes,
As part of that work, do you also prepare a report?
I do.
Okay. And are photographs taken as well to kind of document the remains and the scene?
They are.
Commissioner Brochman?
You may.
So I have you have marked here states 52. Is that a copy of your report and the diagram and attached diagrams for your report?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And states 53 through 69, if you'll flip through those. And are those remains that are associated with this case that you would have been reviewing?
Yes, this is a combination of photos taken at autopsy and taken during my exam.
They all come back to the remains that you would have been reviewing, is that correct?
Correct, and they also, each one has a case identifier associated with it, either on the scale or on a identifier placard.
Okay, and what is that identification number that the Dallas Medical Examiner's Office uses? What's it called?
It's the case number for the case, which is associated with a decedent.
Okay, and that's what we see here, IFS, with these series numbers 2106459.
Correct.
Okay, and those numbers then match up with how you would document your report as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And that follows everything that kind of happens with that case within the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
And these are all fair and accurate depictions of the remains?
They are.
And you said states 52 was a fair and accurate copy of your report and a couple of diagrams along with it.
Correct.
This time I'll offer states 52 through 69. I'll consider the defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, six exhibits 52 through 69 are admitted for all purposes.
And states, we'll start with states 52. We see here at the top the case number and the name, and the pathologist all listed on the report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Walk us through kind of what we're looking at whenever we talk about, I mean, we have kind of just the description up there at the top is giving you the background about either your investigation out in the field, right? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And just kind of what you did there and after.
Okay.
So yeah, walk us through that.
Would it be helpful to explain how an anthropologist is initiated in these cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's two ways that we can be brought into a case. One of those is every morning when the pathologists go through the case list of all the decedents scheduled for autopsy, they may designate certain cases that would benefit from anthropological analysis, meaning that there's some question that needs to be answered by looking at the skeletal remains. In the event where we have a case that is mostly skeletonized, then that would definitely involve a forensic anthropologist to assist the pathologist with their determination of cause and manner. The other way that we're involved in cases is if there is a field discovery and by law enforcement, and they call our office to report that potential human remains have been found. In that case, if the remains are skeletonized, then the death investigator, who is the first at the scene, will then contact the forensic anthropologist to assist with the recovery.
And so walk us through your involvement and how you get assigned here and what you do.
Okay. So with this case, I was notified that there were remains that were found that were believed to be human remains. I did not go to the scene. It was late in the evening, and I believe there was a storm rolling in, and so the investigator on scene decided that they would go ahead and initiate the recovery for the storm hit. The storm hit that evening, and so the day that we went back to the scene the next day, the area was flooded, and so we couldn't do additional recoveries. And so I actually didn't go to the scene until April 12th. And so on March 25th, that is when the pathologist was assigned the case from the previous evening's recovery. And so she is the one who asked me to be involved with the analysis at autopsy, where the case was turned over to her, and she began her analysis and then asked for my assistance with performing the different things that are listed on this report.
And then you do the analysis here in this report, right? So you then, like you said here, you go out, there's another time for another recovery event out there at the Post Oak address in Wilmer, where you guys do subsequent searching. And there's more things that are collected, more remains that are collected. Let's talk then about actual process then. What do you do once you get those remains and you come back into the lab or the office?
So once the pathologist does their initial characterization of the decedent's remains, they're then turned over to anthropology. What I do at that point is I perform an inventory so I can tell what skeletal elements we have and what we're missing. And then in this case, we did have some adhering soft tissue. The remains weren't fully skeletonized. And so what I do is I process that tissue off the remains so I can make sure I can observe all the bony features without any tissue adhering. That process involves taking the remains, putting them into a water and degreaser bath, and then putting them into an incubator, which is basically like a convection oven. And so it slow heats and dissolves the tissue, leaving only the hard tissue. And so once that is done, the remains are taken out, allowed to dry, and then I'll begin my analysis. In this case, when we are dealing with skeletal remains with no other indications of their biological profile, their age, sex, ancestry, stature, the pathologist will ask me to attempt to build that profile. So in this case, I actually started to build that profile, but before I could complete the analysis, the remains were identified via odontological evaluations or dental identification by a forensic dentist. And so when that occurred, my analysis changed, and it turned into only providing inventory, minimum number of individuals. That means an assessment based on the skeletal remains to determine, do we have multiple individuals in this skeletal assemblage, or is all this likely from one individual? I also was asked to look for any evidence of trauma on the remains, any evidence of skeletal trauma. And then also asked to look at what we call taphonomy. Taphonomy are all the changes that can occur during the depositional environment. So during the environment after death. These changes can be due to anything like weathering, animal activity, human activity. So these are the items that the pathologist asked me to assess.
And so here we're talking about the inventory. You have that written down in the report, but then also I have it here attached to the report as well, where we can kind of see that everything that's shaded means it was not recovered. Is that correct? Or it was?
Right, so if it's shaded, it says not present or highly fragmented, and then white is present, and then the other box with the dots is staining. So there was just staining on the remains. So this is not only an inventory, but it's also a diagram where I can make additional notes about the condition of the remains.
And here you have the dates listed 3/25 to 4/1/21. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because like you said, they're going out and recovering. You're going back out to that site again, and your final conclusion looks like it comes from April 13th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. One thing I heard you talk about in the inventory process is determining, we got multiple people out here remains, or was it just one? Did you make a finding on that?
I did. My determination that we had a minimum of one individual, meaning that the remains were all congruent with coming from the same individual. There were no repeat elements, which is one of the things that we look for. If there's two left arm bones, two skull fragments from the same area of the skull, anything that could give us an idea that we actually have two individuals, not one. And in this case, there was no indication that we had multiple individuals.
And then you said you're also looking at evidence of trauma and, a word that I'm not even gonna try and say, I'm gonna let you say again.
The taphonomic conditions?
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, so I was asked to do trauma analysis. What this involves is looking at the remains radiographically through x-rays, looking for antemortem or before death trauma. That's usually when you're looking for any type of healing. So this would be an older injury that is likely not associated with the death event, but just an earlier injury. It involves looking for perimortem trauma. Perimortem means around the time of death. Now, for an anthropologist, the definition of perimortem is a bit different from a pathologist. A pathologist looks at soft tissue, so they can have a very tight window for something that is an acute injury or something that probably happened during the death event. For an anthropologist, perimortem is much broader because we're looking at how the skeleton reacts. And the skeleton can take much longer to lose that ability to cause a breakage that looks like it's a recent fracture. And then we look for post-mortem events, and that falls under taphonomy. So in this case, I didn't find any evidence of trauma on the skeleton, on the skeletal elements that I was able to review.
Is, in your experience, is it possible to receive life sustaining injuries that don't cause any trauma to the bones?
Yes.
So, I mean, the point here is that you find there's no evidence of trauma on these bones in your report, but you're saying it could be possible to receive life-threatening injuries that would never actually cause anything for you to be able to see in a body like this.
All I can report to the pathologist that is there's no inflicted trauma to the skeleton.
Because obviously there's not enough soft tissue to determine, I mean, we're talking about very little soft tissue, I guess, that was on this
Correct.
skeleton. Okay. And then, same here down it's taphonomic?
Taphonomic?
Taphonomic, okay. That's kind of, like you said, the post-mortem trauma.
It's the post-mortem changes.
Changes.
To the remains.
Okay. And there was some evidence of that.
Right, so there are various changes that were associated with the body being in the post-mortem environment. One of those is what we call sun bleaching. Some of the skeletal elements showed areas of bleaching from the sun having interaction with the there was also elements that had soil staining, and that tells us that they were in contact with soil and they were taking up that coloration from the soil and the botanic evidence or botanic vegetation around the remains. There was also a lot of breakage that wasn't associated with trauma. It had characteristics of breakage that we see with animal scavenging.
So the evidence that you're able to see from changes to the skeletal remains are weather, ground, and animals.
Correct.
And do you have any way of knowing how long those remains would have sat out there to see some of those kinds of changes?
I don't. When the remains are in that sort of condition and they've been impacted by scavengers, there's really not a reliable way to make a time since death estimate.
And then the last thing was here is just kind of a summary of all those things we just talked about. One person with a skeletonized individual, and that there's no, that there was the post-mortem breakage and damage, but then there's obviously no evidence of any trauma, perimortem or antemortem.
Correct.
Okay. But if we start looking here, States 53, these are kind of a photo of the remains, one of the first few times they would have been gathered, that first little series of remains.
Correct.
Okay. And we see here, this is where they come in, kind of an as-is photo with all the dirt and everything kind of associated with it.
Correct.
And then you eventually essentially remove the dirt, debris, and things like that from the remains and document those as well, kind of cleaned, if you will.
Correct.
Okay. States 56. And then kind of seeing 59, the beginnings of the body being, or the remains being cleaned up and kind of placed where we would think to look at them.
Right. They're placed into a more anatomical position.
state 60, again, just showing kind of the upper half of the remains. States 61, this lower half of the remains, kind of on that blue Swiss bag, and then we move into state 62. These are where we start to get into some of the work you begin to do, is that correct?
Correct, these would be my images.
State 63, just the upper half on that black background and laid in anatomical order. 64. Then we have just documenting the skull and jaw together. And so it's 65, 66, 67, 68. Let's say it's 69. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I want to jump back briefly here to state 62. Let's jump to 63. The tied up view there of the top portion of the remains. If we're talking about looking for evidence of trauma, and if the allegations were anything of trauma to the neck and chest region, upper chest region, we are missing some crucial bones in that area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. What all are we missing there in that area?
We're missing several ribs. You have 12 paired ribs on each side. You're missing the sternum or the breastbone, the manubrium, which is the top of the sternum. We're missing the upper spinal column, so the thoracic and the majority of the cervical vertebrae. One of the cervical vertebrae is shown in this image. And then you're missing the shoulder complexes, so the scapula, the arm bones.
And so, in a hypothetical of stab wounds, somewhere in the chest and neck region, it's possible, in your opinion, then, that there could be life-threatening injuries that happen that just don't show up on these bones.
It's possible to have injuries that don't show up on bones.
But to be totally clear, there's no evidence of trauma whatsoever on these bones.
Correct.
Pass the witness, John.
If I may,
Well, we've been at it for about an hour and a half, so we're gonna go ahead and take our afternoon break. Sorry, Dr. Crowder, you're just gonna have to take a break with us. We'll be at recess for the next 10 minutes.
All rise.
Especially if this is going to be down there, period.
You remember telling me how long we've been in business?
You'll be fresh. Oh, thank you. There's a sun fire emoji. Yeah, heart on fire, do that one.
You gotta keep those thoughts to yourself and just breathe. She was saying she was cold this morning. I said, yeah, no, you can't come on.
Yeah.
Let's go, I'll show you.
I made myself, I got a espresso down until next week.
Gonna find a courtroom across the street for us, over the push.
Hamilton with facilities just told me that the AC will be down the rest of the week.
Wow.
So, exclamation point, we need AC.
Another cooling unit. Ain't worth the shit.
Even just one for us would take care of this. Oh, Mr. Sadler, we're ready, thank you.
All rise.
And they don't tell us anything. You know, I would have rented one.
Yeah.
We don't get any kind of notice or anything. You may be seated. All right, we're off the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am so sorry about the heat in the room. Apparently, the county decided to turn off the AC for the entire west tower of our jail. That also cools this building. Of course, we didn't get any notice of that I'm aware of. And it's gonna be down the rest of the week. I have texted a couple of commissioners to try to see what we can do about getting an AC unit, just at least for this area of the courtroom. Mr. Sadler, did you turn that one on
Yes, ma'am.
for him? All right, that should help cool things off a little bit. I'm so sorry. It's a government operation. All right, we're back on the record. Ms. Baston, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Dr. Crowder, I'm Valerie Baston. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions. I'm not gonna keep you up there very long. Just trying to get some clarification on some things. Now, you said that you were not the representative from the ME's office that actually went out to this crime scene. Is that correct?
On the initial discovery.
Yes, okay. You didn't get out there until April 12th of 2021?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who was the initial person or persons from the ME's office that got out there, I guess either on the 24th, 25th, or the 26th of March?
I don't have their name in my notes. It would be in the investigator narrative.
Okay. And you couldn't determine how the decedent was killed, could you?
So I don't make those determinations. I make recommendations of any findings for the pathologist to make those determinations, but I did not provide any findings of trauma from my exam.
So that's basically a no.
Correct.
Okay. And you said, and I'm gonna try to say this word, taphonomic conditions?
Taphonomic conditions.
Those were present.
Yes.
From the weather, because we had just had a really, really bad winter storm in February, is that correct? Where like all of Texas was shut down.
Right, I remember the storm.
Okay. And then you said you did see some evidence of like animal scavenging.
Correct.
Okay. And so it could be possible that where the remains were found, these pieces of remains were found, an animal could have drug it from across the field, from a wooded area, anything like that's possible, correct?
There could definitely be some movement of remains.
Okay. And you said that there were some bones that were missing.
Correct.
Okay. But, in your report, you had marked that ante-mortem, that they would have been present before she died, these bones.
Well, unless she had some sort of missing limbs in
Okay.
life.
Okay. Let's see. That was it. Thank you, Dr. Crowder. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Crowder. You're free to leave and head back to Tarrant County.
Yes, ma'am.
Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Kathleen Casper.
Kathleen, who, I'm sorry?
Casper?
Castro, thank you. Can we get a portable AC unit at the door? Ma'am, if you would please stop and raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Ann Casper,
How do you spell your last name?
Kasper.
And Dr. Casper, how are you currently employed?
I am self-employed. I'm a general dentist in Carrollton, Texas.
And so that's your primary
Yes.
job?
Yes,
Okay. It's just I guess it's a dentist office for the general public.
that's right.
And it's my understanding you also do work for the local medical examiner's offices, is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. So you have kind of your full-time practice of the dental practice where you see patients, and then on the side you have the work you do at the medical examiner's office.
Yes, I'm a consultant for all the major medical examiners in this area.
Okay, and what is that consulting position that you have there?
I do forensic dental identifications. Predominantly, I can do dental age estimations as well.
And what, let's talk a little bit about your educational background.
Okay.
What is your educational background?
I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Iowa. It's a Bachelor of Science. I got my Doctor of Dental Surgery degree at the University of Iowa as well. I have further training in forensic dentistry, which I got in 2003, 2004 in San Antonio, Texas at the Center for Education and Research in Forensic Dentistry.
And so how long have you been a dentist?
I've been a dentist for 37 years.
And how long you've been doing forensics odontology?
I have been doing forensic odontology in an official capacity for 18 years.
So you say official capacity, was there a period of time there where you were kind of getting into that field?
Yes.
What got you into that field?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What got you into that field?
a elective course in dentistry, and my training was forensic dentistry. It was only a semester long, and I felt after taking that course that I wanted to do something with that in my life. And eventually, one door opened after another, and I was able to do it in an official capacity.
And what does it take to kind of get into that field of forensics?
Well, any dentist can get into forensic dentistry. Being board certified is another animal. It takes a lot of training, education, and skill in order to even take an examination with the American Board of Forensic Odontology. There's not many of us that are board certified in the country. At this time, there's only 76. For the longest time, there was 90. But due to attrition, death, and retirement, there's only a few that are throughout the country. It's a rigorous examination process. I always thought the Texas Dental Board was the hardest board I'd ever taken until this forensic dental board examination. It takes many of us 5 to 10 years to just get the prerequisites to even appear. So it's not an easy exam to pass, and that's perhaps the reason why there's so few of us.
And it's also, it sounds like it's not something that's a full-time gig even once you get that.
There are very few full-time positions for forensic dentistry in the country. There's only 1 or 2 that I'm aware of. So all of us do this on a consulting basis. We, for the most part, have our own dental practices, and that can be specialists as well. I'm a general dentist. So the work that we do is done after hours or on the weekend.
Or like today when you're testifying, you had to reschedule patients and
Absolutely.
shut down the calendar.
Absolutely.
And I know you said there was about 77 in the United States. Do you know how many there are here in Texas?
Let's see. Those numbers are dwindling with the recent death of one of my friends who boarded with me. So I believe there are about 5.
And you've testified in this field before?
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you've testified in the field of forensics odontology?
This will be my 5th time.
And what all counties have you testified?
Denton County and Tarrant County.
And when you're asked to consult on a case and identify some new remains, what are you looking for?
Well, there's several things that we look for. Of course, we're looking for consistent features, so that means dental work or fillings or even the shape of the root or the top part of the tooth called the anatomical crown. We're looking for things in the antemortem or before death records that look the same in the postmortem or after death records. So there's consistent features, so they're the same in the antemortem and the postmortem record. There's explainable inconsistencies, and those are features that don't look the same in antemortem and postmortem records, but can be explained a lot of times by the progression of dental disease and dental treatment. So for example, dental disease only gets bigger. The longer you have your teeth in your mouth, you may start out with a small cavity, which turns into a crown, which turns into a root canal, which turns into an extraction, which turns into a bridge or an implant. So dentistry is unilateral in its direction. Things only get larger, they don't get smaller. Then there are unexplainable inconsistencies, things that are impossible to have happen. So for example, if you have your upper right front tooth is present before death, or missing before death, and then it's present after death, it can't be the same person, because at this point in time, we can't grow teeth back.
And would you say teeth are resilient?
Oh, teeth are very resilient, yes, they last for millions of years.
Okay. And why is that important whenever you're talking about identifying human remains using teeth?
Because teeth are, not only the teeth are resilient and resistant to fire, to water, to decomposition, but fillings and restorations that we place are also the same way. So it takes a lot for a filling to disintegrate, and the same for teeth. Even in high burn cases, you can still find dental evidence that you can make a comparison and make a dental identification. And for some individuals, that can be one feature that's the same in before death and after death. If it's unique, I used to say unique enough, but unique is unique regardless. So if the feature is unique in before death and the after death, you can make a positive identification by teeth if it's just one tooth or one filling.
And, but one, you were talking earlier about the unexplainable inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm.
If you have one of those, that then becomes an exclusion to the identification, that's right?
That is correct.
Then moving on to this case here, that you're here to testify about, how did this case come to your attention?
Medical examiners contact me. They usually have a point of contact. Dallas County is the medical legal death investigator. So they'll either text me, or they'll email me, or they'll do both. And in this case, it was an email that said that they had a case, and they almost always have a presumptive identification, so they have the antemortem dental records ahead of time. And that was the case in this case. I had the availability, and I had the personnel to help me for the day that I was contacted, and so we actually did the case that same day. So I create a antemortem profile, which means I look at the teeth and the dental records. X-rays are the ideal if you can get those, but in this case I got X-rays and written dental records. So I could build a profile or a chart of how the teeth looked before death. And then when I go into the morgue, then I actually take the X-rays and I chart the dental conditions and then make the comparison right there. And for the most part, if there are enough dental features present, you can make that identification within seconds.
And we've heard a little bit about antemortem in the previous testimony with yours. That simply means before death, so think while you're alive, antemortem, right?
Correct.
And so in this case, they said you had dental records from someone that they thought this could be from while they were alive.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember who that person was?
Maricela Botella Valdez.
And so you're able to take a look at her medical records, you create a profile first, and then that's when you start looking at the actual remains that you have.
That's the way I prefer to do it. You don't always get the antemortem records right away. In this case, we did.
And Commissioner Prochard?
You may.
And then there's also photographs that are taken of the remains of the teeth, and then, like you said, usually even x-rays as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you, here states 70, 71, 72, 73, and 74.
Mhm.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the dental, or the teeth that you would have been looking at?
Yes.
And then state 75, is this a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And state 76, what are we looking at there?
This is x-rays that I took directly out of the report and then just put shapes in order to show the jury what is same in antemortem and postmortem radiographs that I reviewed.
So 76 comes from your report and all the
Yes.
evidence you collect in making your identification,
Yes.
and is useful to understand the report and what we're looking at here.
Yes.
This time I'll offer states 70 to 76. For all purposes, I'll tender to the defense for any objection.
No objection, Judge, they've been previously extended.
All right, State's Exhibit 70. Oh, was there anything else, Mr.
No,
Harris?
ma'am.
Exhibit 70 through 76 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
You may.
So we start here with state 70. We begin with some photos that take around the jaw and the teeth that we're looking at. Is that correct?
That's correct. I always start my process with taking photos of the decedent. And the majority of the time, it's just the head, teeth area.
State 71, we see the side profile. Let's look at the teeth. Is that correct? And 72, the other side.
Which is the left side.
Okay, so the left side, we can see here, for example, a missing tooth. Is that correct? And state 73, we can see kind of a undershot almost, but it's an overshot here of the top teeth. Is that correct?
Yeah, a top view of the upper teeth.
And a few teeth are missing.
Yes.
Okay. You document that as you're kind of going through your report as well. And then state 74, it looks like we have all the bottom teeth present.
Well, not the wisdom teeth, but yes.
Okay. So then, in this case, you then begin to prepare a report, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's walk through that report. What all is it that you're, so here we're talking about those antemortem, so while she's alive, examinations, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we see here you list out the various times that Ms. Patello would have been visiting a dentist and having either the radiographs or those handwritten charting, is that correct?
Well, it's a combination of both. So the x-rays are displayed and written out from the most current and then the older. Of course, the more current x-rays are, the better the chance that you can make an ID because there's going to be more features that are consistent and match. And the last document is the written records. Don't always get written records because radiographs are the main way to make a dental identification. So in this case, there are radiographs from November 15th, 2019 and March 28th, 2018.
So records from 2 previous dental evaluations from March 2018, November 2019. And then we get into the next section of your report, and this is where you talk about your post-mortem examination.
Right.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
Right now, I looked at a human maxilla and mandal. Obviously, you saw that just a little while ago. I always get the investigation narrative because I like to know where they recovered the body and a little bit of the story behind the individual. I took 29 individual x-rays that would show the top and the bottom part of the tooth, which is the whole tooth, okay? The crown and the root. And then I took bite wing x-rays because most everyone who's gone to a dentist bites on those little cards, or with digital, it's a whole setup that you bite into. But I like to get bite wings because that's the most common animal x-ray there is. And sometimes it's not always easy to take those on the remains that were given, but I like to get those because they're very common. And in this case, there were bite wings taken on in 2018 and 2019, and also a panoramic x-ray, which every medical examiner that I work with do not have that. So it goes all the way around the individual's head, so shows all of the teeth and the jaws. So I had one of those, and that was from 2018. So that was helpful to tell me if wisdom teeth were there, or any other special feature, or growth, or cyst, or something like that that would have been in the jaw. So this is all of my, and of course, the photos that I take.
The next page, page 2 of the report, this is where we just see where you start to chart the comparison between antemortem, alive, and postmortem, the remains. Each tooth, is that correct?
Each tooth has to be accounted for, and so that's 32 teeth in most adults. Whether they're there or not, they have to be accounted for.
And we can see over here on the side, the correlation, we see several that say consistent, but we do see a couple that say inconsistent. For example.
Explainable inconsistency.
It's explainable inconsistency. So why is it that those become explainable inconsistencies?
So just because something isn't there antemortem doesn't mean it can't happen postmortem. And so I can explain exactly why these 4 teeth are explainable. This individual was referred to an oral surgeon to have their wisdom teeth taken out. And I could confirm on the antemortem x-rays I received that the only 2 that I confirmed were taken out were the lower 2. On the upper 2, I could not see in the antemortem radiographs that were given that were the more current ones. I can assume that all 4 were taken out, but I can't prove it and with the records I was given. So that explains the tooth number 1, which is the upper right wisdom tooth, and tooth number 16, which is the upper left wisdom tooth. It's an explainable inconsistency. They were likely taken out, but I can't prove that because I don't have I don't have enough information. If I pressed it far enough, I probably could have gotten the oral surgeon who took them out to get us the records that we needed to prove that. But in this case, I don't need it because there are so many other features that were obvious that this was a positive identification. And tooth number 11, which is the upper left canine or eye tooth, it's hard to see some tooth colored fillings on x-rays depending on their location. And although we had some good x-rays antemortem of tooth number 11, the upper left canine, I could not see any filling in it. So again, dentistry is unilateral in its direction. Things get larger. So if the tooth didn't have a filling in it at the time the x-rays were taken, this individual might have gotten a filling done and likely did, obviously did, somewhere down the road, and there was no documentation of it or no x-ray to show me that, or it could have been on the x-ray all along, it's just not visible.
And the inverse of that, it would become unexplainable if, say, you had the filling and all of a sudden that's no longer there and there's no evidence that there's ever.
That there ever was a filling, that's absolutely correct.
That can't happen.
That cannot happen.
And so we keep moving, and I'll kind of, you have the radiographs here, but we're going to discuss those in State 76 in just a minute. So I'll kind of, but those are in your report as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you just have here down the discussion in your report, and then you have the ultimate conclusion. You were able to make a conclusion in this case?
The conclusion is that the antemortem and postmortem evidence matched in sufficient detail to say that it's from the same individual.
So you're able to say the records you received from Maricel Botel Valdez match what was recovered by the MD's office?
That's correct.
State 76, we're looking here, kind of your chart to kind of help us understand what it is you're looking at and how you're making these identifications. So on the left, we have those radiographs from when she's alive, Maricel Botel Valdez, and then on the right, we have those radiographs that you took post-mortem.
That's correct.
Okay, so walk us through what we're looking at here.
Okay. So the very top, do I have a pointer or anything up here that I can?
It may work for you. Let me see if I can allow it to work. But I don't think you were in here earlier to hear that our air conditioning's not working, so we'll see if this works. And it went off the screen. Don't think it's gonna work. So
Okay.
you're able, I mean, you can
I can describe the shapes and the
Describe.
colors.
kind
Yeah.
of point along on that screen if you want. You
Can everybody see this pretty well? Okay, so where you see the shapes and the same color of the shape, on antemortem and postmortem records. It's a filling in this first instance where the arrow is pointing to that filling. That filling is on actually the cheek side of this tooth, and the filling looks the same in the postmortem. Okay, probably even more obvious is the silver filling. So silver fillings the x-rays don't penetrate them, so they look very white on an x-ray. And she only had one silver filling, and that is circled in green, the green. And then there's also a tooth colored filling, which is on the biting surface of the particular tooth. And I don't have this like catty corner, but this is the same tooth down here, which it was just a better representation. They look the same, with the silver filling towards the back part of the tooth, and then the tooth colored filling that's in front of it, or on the biting surface of the tooth. These are very, very obvious tooth colored fillings where you see the orange arrows pointing to the filling there and there, and then the blue arrows where the fillings are actually separate from one another. So there. There was also multiple teeth that were rotated. This one on the lower left, which is tooth number 20, is extremely rotated. And that was obvious in the antemortem and postmortem evidence. And then the blue circle shows another filling on the biting surface of the tooth. This one also has one on the cheek side surface, but sometimes they get superimposed. They are the same. This is the best antemortem record radiograph that I could get to show that filling. And then the basic shape of tooth number 22, where you see that little whoop-de-whoop right there in the enamel, it's the same where the star is pointing there and there. And there's a lot of other features. These are just what I felt would be easy for you as non-dental people to see and understand.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
One moment, Sean.
Sure,
Approach.
you may.
Yes, sir, thank you. And Doc, I'm just trying to make sure I understand, this is the bottom jaw, right?
Yes,
Bottom teeth?
yes,
This is the top?
yes.
Okay, and you have, these are missing teeth?
Those are missing postmortem, which means they weren't recovered from the scene. And there's 5 altogether.
Who said they were at the scene?
This is, these are,
Just one, let me rephrase.
okay.
Do you have any evidence of whether these two could have been knocked out?
No, I can't tell you they've been knocked out, just that they're missing and that they're a non-healed socket, which means they weren't extracted.
So you, meaning they weren't extracted at the dentist, correct?
Correct,
So you can't tell me they weren't knocked out, correct?
correct.
When I say knocked out, I mean like somebody punched you and knocked those teeth out.
No, I can't say that.
And if you get punched and get your teeth knocked out, does that create an extreme amount of blood? In your opinion?
It just depends on the case.
It could.
It could,
Somebody punches you in your mouth, knocks your teeth out. Could that potentially create an extreme amount of blood?
yes,
But again, you know that these weren't professionally extracted, correct?
all I can say is they were missing post-mortem. That's all I can say. They were not recovered, that's all I can say. And they're a non-healed socket, so it means that they hadn't, you know, they weren't extracted at least, you know, a long time ago.
Pulling teeth or knocking teeth out would create blood, does it not?
For the most part, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Doc.
Any redirect?
No, Your
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be kindly excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Caswood, for being here today. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step. Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
The state calls Rosa Marie Martinez.
Did you see that? Yeah.
All right, ma'am, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated in the witness box. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Martinez. Can you state your name and spell your full name for the court reporter, please?
Rosa Maria Martinez. Rosa Maria is Rosamariah. Martinez, Martinez.
And you go by Olivia, is that correct?
I do, I apologize, Olivia's my middle name.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to verify that. Ms. Martinez, you and I have spoken over the phone a couple of times. Can you tell the jury how it is that you know Miss Lisa Dykes?
Lisa and I were co-workers at a law firm.
And can you tell the jury kind of when that was, timeline-wise?
That was, I believe, in 2020.
The year 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what law firm did you all work for?
Montgomery Law Firm.
What did you all do for Montgomery Law Firm?
I started out as a case manager, but then got promoted into negotiations. Lisa and I both did negotiations for the firm.
Okay, and as a negotiator, what are your duties? What do you do?
We are in charge of calling the adjusters, insurance companies, working out settlements for our clients. It's a personal injury firm, car accidents, stuff like that.
Do you hold a paralegal certificate?
No, I do not.
Okay, do you know if Ms. Dykes did?
I don't believe so, in all honesty, but from my understanding, she did that. I don't know.
Okay. However, this is a job that is in the legal field, and you have some, kind of legal knowledge about certain aspects of the law.
Correct.
What things, what skills do you have to be a negotiator?
You've got to be really convincing. You have to be able to stand firm, and you just pretty much you have to be knowledgeable, very detailed when it comes to certain cases.
Okay, knowledgeable, well-spoken?
Absolutely.
Okay, and have to be fairly savvy?
Absolutely.
You said you have to be convincing.
Yes.
Now, you and Ms. Dykes, Lisa, you all shared an office, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you recall the last time that you actually saw Lisa Dykes?
It was a Friday. We said our goodbyes at work, and then that following Monday is the day she tendered resignation.
Okay.
So it was that Friday, the last time I saw her.
Okay, so Friday in October 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And throughout the time that you knew Lisa, I guess how would you describe her?
She commanded, her presence was very commanding. She was definitely very convincing. She can persuade anyone to do anything, to be honest. She had very good verbal skills.
Did she seem to have a pretty good legal knowledge?
Oh, yes, absolutely. She was the one that a lot of us in the office came to for legal advice.
Now, it's been a while since you've seen Ms. Dykes. Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you just identify her by an article of clothing that she has on?
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, is that the same appearance that you knew Lisa to have during your time knowing her?
No,
Tell me how Lisa dressed on a day-to-day basis.
she was very well dressed. Always had her heels on. Even if it was with some jeans, she would have her heels on, makeup on, red lipstick. Hair was always done. She was presented herself very well.
Did you ever know her? Did you always know her to have the short hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you never knew her when she had longer hair.
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Martinez, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 77. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of Lisa Dykes when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, permission to publish, Your Honor?
Well, it hasn't been.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I skipped a step. Your Honor, State offers State 77 for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 77 is admitted for all purposes.
Now may I publish, Your Honor? Thank you, Judge. Just so the jury can kind of see, this is kind of how you knew her. Was this a more subdued look that she would normally have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, describe, compared to this photograph, what you would expect to see her like on a day-to-day basis.
She would, like previously stated, she would have red lipstick on, earrings, that dress or her blouse that she's wearing in the picture may be a little conservative than what she would, from what I knew her.
Okay, and conservative how?
It's not, hip, if you will, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the word to use, I apologize.
So, would you describe her as somebody that dressed as hip, and did she always dress that way when you knew her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, you guys shared an office, and as people that share offices know, did you all get into some personal conversations?
We did.
Did you all share kind of some details about your personal lives?
We did.
And did Lisa ever talk about a man by the name of Charles Beltran?
She did.
And what did you, I guess, understand that their relationship initially to be?
They were a couple, from what
Okay,
I understood.
from what you understood? And describe to us, what kind of couple?
It was more of an open relationship type of couple. She was the financial, giver, if you will.
Did she tell you some of the things she bought for him?
Yes.
What kinds of things did she buy for him?
She would, I know that she got him a car. She did get him a bunch of, retro type of tennis shoes that costed a lot of money. Clothes, stuff like that.
So like sneakerhead type of things that,
Correct.
Jordans and things of that nature that cost several $100s.
Correct.
What about studio equipment?
I'm not too sure if she purchased that.
Okay. Were you aware that Chuck was much younger than her?
Yes.
And when she described Chuck, did it appear that she just really was attached to him?
Absolutely.
And what made you think that?
I'm not too sure. It was more of the way she would talk about him, the relationship that they had, the how happy it would make her to purchase things for him, type of thing.
And did she talk about him all the time?
She did, when we weren't busy at work, but yes.
And during that downtime, she was talking about her personal life, was it kind of all about Chuck for a while?
Yes.
At some point, did you find out that she had a friend named Nina Morano?
Yes.
And do you recall about when she started talking about her friend Nina Morano?
I don't recall around what time frame that was, but I know I had heard of her.
Okay. You said that you knew her in 2020, is that right?
Correct.
And how did she talk about Nina?
She would talk fairly well about Nina. She was a really good friend. They were best friends. She talked about how financially stable Nina was, stuff like that.
Did you learn that Nina's husband had recently passed away?
Yes.
And were you aware that Nina was an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever learn, or at what point did she make you aware that she and Nina got married?
Yes. We even had a little celebration for them at the firm.
Okay. And knowing Lisa over the course of 2020, did it surprise you any that she married Nina, or what were your thoughts about that?
No, she had talked about it for a little while, so I knew that it was in the works.
Did she ever describe, I guess, the nature of their relationship and what it was based on?
Just that they were best friends, and she did speak a lot about the finances when it came to Nina.
Did she ever express to you that this marriage was an arrangement where she was madly in love with her?
No, it never did. It never did, or she never did express that it was about them being in love. It was more of an opportunity
And what do you mean by an opportunity?
because of finances.
Okay. Nina was well off.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, being in that environment in the same office, you talk about some personal things. Did you ever talk about the sexual relationship that she either had between she and Chuck, she and Nina, or the both of them?
Yes.
Okay, and did she describe, I guess, a sexual relationship with Chuck?
She did.
And did she tell you details about it, or how did she describe that?
Not extreme details, just that they had an open relationship and she knew about other females that he would bring home.
Okay, so she didn't talk to you about the down and dirty details of what her and Chuck did?
No.
Did she talk about her sexual relationship with Nina?
She did.
And how did she describe that?
It was more of she wasn't really sexually interested in Nina, it was more of Nina being sexually interested in her. And wanting to have, if you will, threesomes with her and not really Lisa wanting to do so.
Okay. So you talked about before that the relationship seemed to be described as an opportunity, a financial opportunity, if you will. Is that fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
And she, I guess, described this as Nina wanting to be intimate with her, but she didn't really have that same desire.
Correct.
You talked about how she knew that Chuck was had other women. Did it ever seem to be an issue with her that he had these other women?
Not that she expressed to me.
Okay. Was it more about just making sure that he was going to stay with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time or a woman that he slept with where she did express a problem?
The one person that he could not sleep with was Nina.
Okay, and when we say sleep with, did that mean sleep with the two of them together where it was a threesome? Or was it just if Nina and Chuck slept together alone?
if Nina and Chuck were alone.
Okay, did she ever express to you that she found out that they had slept together alone?
She did.
And what was her reaction to that?
She was livid.
What do you mean by livid?
She was extremely upset, very, very angry.
Did she express who she was upset with?
She was upset with Nina.
Okay, and was it a matter of the fact that Nina had, I guess, cheated on her, or was it the fact that Nina had slept with Chuck?
It was more of the fact that Nina slept with Chuck and Nina knew that she wasn't supposed to.
Was it an issue that Nina just wasn't supposed to without her involved?
I don't think so.
Now, when you said she was livid, what things did she say about it?
Oh gosh. She was going to make Nina her bitch. Excuse my language.
That's okay. So that's a direct quote from Ms. Dykes. When she found out about this, she said she was going to make Nina her bitch.
Yes.
What else did she say?
She was going to make sure that Nina did whatever she wanted her to do.
Do you remember, in terms of how long before Lisa resigned did this occurrence happen, if you recall?
I don't recall. I apologize.
That's okay. Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
I met him once.
And where was that?
With Lisa, we were at the on-premise bar.
On-premise. And what do you know about the on-premise bar?
I just know that Lisa's son worked there or managed the bar, and from my understanding, Charles was a security guard or door guy.
Okay. And what was your impression of Chuck?
It wasn't too bad. My first impression was that he was a little bit of a flirtatious.
Okay.
And it just seemed like it came naturally to him to be flirtatious.
Did you all have a lot of conversation, or it was just a little bit?
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
Is he a handsome man?
Yeah.
Okay. Young?
Yes, young. You can tell he was young.
And we kind of talked about the fact that, for Lisa, what did that make her feel like to have this young, handsome, flirtatious man pay attention to her?
I think he kept her young.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna object. This calls for speculation.
Sustain this to the form of the question.
Okay. Do you know how that made Lisa feel being with this young, attractive man?
From what I was used to, how she would react to him, he would make her happy. She was always really joyful to be around him. He made her feel young.
And is that the same way she dressed?
Absolutely.
Now, Lisa had some plastic surgery maybe about a month before she resigned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you actually referred her to the surgeon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I believe, do you recall when she had that surgery?
I don't recall exactly, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Do you recall that she was working in the office at the end of September of 2020?
Yes.
And was she complaining, I guess, about some of the after effects of the surgery? She had a thigh surgery.
Correct. She had a thigh lift and a facelift. The thigh lift was giving her issues. The swelling.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The swelling was giving her issues.
The swelling. In September, did she come back almost immediately from that surgery?
She did. Yes.
And over the course of the time that she was there, did she get better?
Her face got better, but her thighs just were giving her really really big issue. They weren't healing well.
Okay. Was she still, walking around,
She was walking just very slowly.
walking slowly?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall a time at the 1st of October that she talked about going to Camden, Arkansas?
Yes.
What was that for?
A rap concert that Charles was a part of.
And do you have any idea who all went?
I knew it was her. I know Charles went because he was involved, but I don't know anyone else.
Okay, and if I'm, did she take off that Friday, October 2nd to go to that?
She did.
And was she scheduled to come back to work on October 5th?
She was.
Did you talk to her at all that weekend?
No.
Okay, and that's not abnormal, you wouldn't talk to her over the weekends?
Yeah. It wasn't an every weekend thing.
Prior to October 2nd, do you recall if she had traveled anywhere via airplane or anything else like that on a trip?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, do you know how they got to Arkansas?
I believe they drove.
And do you have any idea where Camden is? About how far away it is?
No, ma'am.
Alright. The show is that weekend, and you said that she was scheduled to come back to work on October 5th, is that correct?
Yes.
And, did she return to work that day?
That Monday she called in.
She called in, did she give any indication why she was missing work?
No.
Ms. Martinez, I'm putting up here, it's been marked States Exhibit 5 for demonstrative purposes. And you had mentioned that Lisa took off work to go to Arkansas on October 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And then October 5th, she was supposed to come to work and she called in for an unknown reason.
Correct.
Do you recall if she returned back to work on the 6th?
She did.
Okay. And we'll just go ahead and put that on there. When she returned back to work, was her demeanor any different?
No.
Okay. Throughout that week, was her demeanor any different?
No.
At what point, you had talked about before, did you know that she had bought Chuck a black Audi car?
Yes.
Did she ever ask you about hiding that car?
She asked if she could leave the car at my house.
Okay. And when did she ask you about that?
I would say that week.
Okay. What explanation did she give?
She had previously expressed to me that she had been trying to take the car away from from Charles.
Yes.
And so that's the impression I got as to why she wanted me to keep the car, but other than that, I don't know why.
And did she mention anything about having to clean it?
She did. She mentioned she had the car detailed twice.
And it was that week that she mentioned that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she talk about possibly leaving it at an airport?
Yes.
You mentioned that she had said that, or asked her if you could leave it at her house, and, kind of what thoughts did you have about that?
About her leaving the vehicle at my home?
Yes.
I didn't ask specific questions to her about it, but I just knew that it only could bring problems, and there was just no way I was gonna have a car that she was trying to hide at my house.
Do you recall on, October 15th, this would be this, Thursday after, this week right here, if she got a phone call that caused her to become, I guess, upset or concerned?
Yes,
And were you in the same room with her when she received that phone call?
yes.
Who purportedly was on that call?
She stated it was an FBI agent.
And how did she react to that?
Her reaction was that it was a fraudulent call, that the person calling her was, it was fraud, that there's no way it could be an FBI agent.
Okay. Did the person leave a name for her?
I believe he did. He gave her his first and last name. I don't recall what that is though.
Okay, and was this information that she kind of, talked about in the office?
Yes,
And her statement was that this was fraudulent?
correct.
Okay, and that was on October 15th, is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you had any indication at all that Lisa was unhappy at her job?
No.
And, that next day she came back to work, is that correct?
Correct, that Friday.
And that was the last time you saw her?
That's correct.
When did you learn that she had called in and quit her job?
On that following Monday.
And did you learn what her explanation was?
No. I was only told that she tendered her resignation
And did she tender it on that Friday?
that Monday.
That Monday?
If I'm not mistaken. The day I heard about it, so I believe it's that Monday.
Okay, so you heard about it on that Monday?
Yes.
Did she ever try to call you or contact you after that?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if she tried to contact anyone else from the workplace?
I believe someone did get a phone
Objection,
call.
speculation, I believe, she has no concrete knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know if she tried to contact someone else from work?
She did.
Okay. and who was-
Objection, Your Honor, this would be hearsay then.
Sustained as the hearsay.
Your Honor, we're gonna ask that the jury disregard this last
Answer.
answer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are instructed to disregard the last answer made by this witness and not consider it as, for any purpose whatsoever.
At some point, Ms. Martinez, did the FBI come in and talk to everyone at your workplace?
Yes.
And what information were they trying to find out?
They wanted to know if we knew where she was, if anyone had heard from her. They also wanted to know if anyone knew where the vehicle was.
Did you all give her the information that you had?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for hearsay, the form of the question, y'all, inclusive, a group, instead of her own personal knowledge of.
Sustained.
Did you, give them any information that they asked for?
Everything they asked for.
You previously described Ms. Dykes as a very persuasive person. Can you kind of explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, she had a way with words. She could persuade anyone to do anything, in all honesty.
And Ms. Martinez, in the time that you were working with Ms. Dykes, did you all ever have any personal problems?
Nothing personal, no.
Okay, did you have some work conflicts?
Yeah, maybe a couple.
Was it anything that amounted to, I guess, any disciplinary action for either of you, or it was just a matter of sometimes when you share an office space, those things happen?
It was just a matter of meeting goals that we weren't meeting at the time. That was the only reason.
Okay. And when I initially contacted you about your initial interview with FBI and talking to me, how did you feel about possibly coming and testifying?
Honestly, I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I mean, you were reluctant. Is that
I was
fair?
reluctant, yes.
Okay, but you honored the subpoena that you got.
I did.
And just personally, how did you at that time feel about Lisa as a person?
I was conflicted. She was my friend, but is being charged with something horrible, and it's nothing that feels good. It's hard to deal with.
And lastly, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Handing was marked State 78. Is that just a picture of you?
Yes.
Okay, and that's kind of an older picture, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers State 78 for all purposes.
Okay, no objection.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
All right, well, State's Exhibit number 78 is admitted for all purposes.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
Got number.
Cross-examination.
Right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? You said that Lisa was very persuasive,
Yes.
but she wasn't persuasive enough to convince Attorney Montgomery to pay her bonus or give her more money. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Ms. Martinez, there were issues with the pay that negotiators were receiving at Montgomery Law Firm, is that correct? Yes or no?
No.
So no issue with any bonus that you would have received or that Lisa would have received?
At one point there was, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were actually in Lisa's office because Lisa was training you on negotiations. Is that correct?
She did, but we shared an office the entire time.
Okay. Now, the conversations that Lisa did have with you about her relationship with Chuck, she never mentioned being jealous of any of the other women that he was seeing, the younger women that he was seeing, yes or no?
No.
And did you know that Lisa was supporting Chuck's rap career, that Chuck wanted to be a rap artist?
Yes.
And she had made an investment in his rap career. To your knowledge, do you know if she made an investment in his rap career?
She spent money, if that's what you mean, yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to hear any of Mr. Beltran's music, Chuck's music?
I didn't, not then, not until, honestly, after he got arrested is when I looked up his music.
Okay. What was your impression of his rap music?
I couldn't see anybody investing in it.
Was it very derogatory towards
It
women?
was definitely derogatory, yes.
Now, Lisa had gotten some plastic surgery, and you referred her to that surgeon.
Correct.
And you stated earlier that Lisa came back almost immediately after the plastic surgery.
Correct.
Did that surprise you that she came back so quickly?
It did. She, the day she came back, she ended up leaving early because she wasn't feeling very well.
Do you know why she came back to work so soon?
She was always very adamant about being at work. She wanted to get a job done.
So she was driven about her career.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was she on any heavy medication like hydrocodone or?
I don't know.
Did she ever show you how her legs were healing? Did you ever see what was going on with her legs, or her thighs in particular?
If I recall correctly, she did show me one leg, if I'm not mistaken, but, and it didn't look very good.
What do you mean by it didn't look very good?
The wound was opening.
I'm gonna ask you this, sometimes would she get bloody at work?
She would, but it wouldn't seep through her clothing, nothing like that.
Would she have to change her bandages
Yes.
often at work?
Yes.
Now, the statement that you said about she was gonna make Nina her bitch after she found out that Nina and Chuck slept together without her knowledge, you don't remember when she said that?
I don't recall exactly when, I remember the conversation 100%, but I don't recall exactly what date or any of that sort.
Okay. Was it like in the summer maybe?
No, it would have been before her plastic surgery, but I apologize, I don't remember exactly when.
Okay, and she had her plastic surgery in September. Okay.
So you have to answer yes or no.
Oh, I apologize, yes.
Now, you said that she took off on October 2nd of 2020. Did she call into you to request time off or?
No, she would let the office manager know.
Okay.
The office manager, myself, and Lisa were part of management, so when the office manager knew that someone would be out, she let me know as well.
So if she really just worked half a day and took off to go to a doctor's appointment, would you have been aware of that?
Absolutely.
And that's not what she did on October 2nd, just take half a day, like work from home or go to a deposition?
No, that Friday she took the entire day off.
Are you still working for the Car Wreck Cowboys in Montgomery?
No, ma'am.
And when did you leave?
Oh, it would have been 2021, January.
Now, why did you leave?
I was let go.
You were let go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that because goals weren't being met?
Correct.
Did you know when he was about to let Lisa go as well?
Your Honor, objection, here's Simmons.
Well, Your Honor, she did state earlier that she was a part of the HR team and management team, so that would be something within her.
Well, she can answer to anything that she told to the defendant.
Oh, I apologize. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Now, about her, when she said that she wanted to take her car, well, the Audi that Chuck was driving over to your house, keep it over there. Was it piggybacking off of the conversations that she had with you about wanting to take the car away from him for whatever reason?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you stated, you told Ms. Pittman that you weren't comfortable with that.
Correct.
Is it because you didn't want to be caught in between a couple's rift?
Yes, I didn't want those problems.
So nothing to the fact, this could have been the scene of a crime or have criminal evidence and I don't want anything to do with it. You were under the impression that there was a rift between them, a lover's rift between them, and you didn't want to be a part of that.
Correct.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor. Concerning the car, were you ever around when Lisa talked to other employees about getting rid of this car?
No.
Okay. And from your understanding, Lisa quitting just kind of came out of nowhere.
Correct.
You were in her office with her most of the time, so would you have been aware of any issues that were going on?
Absolutely. We were in the office every day, all day, together.
Your Honor, no further questions, pass the witness.
Just a couple more.
You may.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Martinez, as far as you know, you don't know what effect this surgery and the heavy medications Lisa was on how it was affecting her performance, or how your boss, Mr. Montgomery, saw her performance.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection from the state, Your Honor.
No objection from defense either, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here today. You're clearly even go about your business. Please watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another witness you can call?
We do, Your Honor.
You may do so.
State would call Dr. Elizabeth Ventura.
Good afternoon. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Ventura.
Hello,
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Dr. Elizabeth Ventura, Ventura.
And Dr. Ventura, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at SWIFT, which is the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, by Dallas County.
And what is the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
So it's our main scientific building here for the county. We do autopsies, there's medical examiners that work there,
We also have a DNA analysis department, a trace firearms analysis department, toxicology department. They're all within this one building.
And is it a place where just the state can send evidence to, or anyone can send evidence to be tested there?
Yes, for a fee.
And the portion that you work at, that's the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
And that's all kind of under the umbrella though of that same entity of Swiss.
correct.
And what does the medical examiner's office do?
Our main duty is to perform autopsies and from that determine the cause and manner of death of an individual that has died.
And before we get there, I guess, what are your trainings and qualifications to become a medical examiner?
I have a bachelor's from UT Arlington. After undergrad, I went to medical school for 4 years. I went to the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. During medical school, I decided to pursue pathology. I got into a residency training program at Baylor University Medical Center. Pathology is a 4-year residency program. After my training there, I took the boards and I'm board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology. After my residency training, I decided to do a subspecialty in pathology, which is forensics. I trained at Swiss for 1 year as a fellow, and I have been at Swiss ever since. And I've been there for about going on 11 years now.
And so now let's talk a little bit about that. You've testified as a medical examiner first in this Mexico.
Yes,
Here in Dallas County,
yes,
a number of times, is that fair?
correct.
And you testified in other counties as well, because other counties will send cases or autopsies that may need to be done as well, is that right?
Yes, we have a lot of surrounding counties that don't have their own medical examiner system, so they will send their bodies to us for a certain fee.
And so now talking about the medical examination process for an autopsy, you talked about making conclusions for a manner of death.
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us kind of what are manners of death? Like what is it that you're looking for? What are the different types of manners of death?
so there are 5 types of manners. There's natural, which is the one that we see the most. We have accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Accident, an example of that would be a car accident, someone who fell and injured themselves, that would be considered an accident. Homicide, of course, it was a person died because of the intentional actions of another individual. Suicide, they killed themselves. And undetermined is when you cannot determine a cause and manner of death due to circumstances.
And what triggers the enemy's office doing an autopsy on someone?
So if it falls under our jurisdiction for Dallas County, if the death is a non-witness natural death, or it could be a natural death and we just don't know why they died. Accidents, homicides, suicides, those all fall under our jurisdiction and we will perform an autopsy.
And in this case, you performed an autopsy?
Yes.
Commissioner Bertrand?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here, States 79 and 80. Is State 79 a copy of your report?
Yes.
And States 80 is a copy of the diagram that you would do along with your report?
Yes, these were part of my notes.
This time author states 79 and 80, alternative if for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor, it's been previously tendered to the defense.
All right, State's Exhibit number 80 is admitted for all purposes.
And 79, right?
And 70, both. Thank you.
Permission to publish, right?
You may.
So So let's start here with the report. I guess first, how does an autopsy work whenever you get assigned to do one? What's kind of the process?
When a body arrives at the morgue, we will give it a unique identification number. And this number is used to identify the body, and any specimens, any photographs, any reports that are made will have this unique number.
That's what we see up here in the top left.
Yes.
And then what else happens?
We will begin with the external examination of the body, typically. This case is different. We received bones, but in a typical case, we will have a body that still has skin and sometimes clothing with it. So we will document all the external findings of the body, any clothing they had, any therapy that they had received prior, either at the hospital or at the scene where they died. Their height, their physical characteristics, all of this would be documented, as well as any signs of natural disease to the body or any signs of trauma to the body. It would be all included in the external examination. After that, we begin with the internal examination, where we will open the body and examine all of the internal organs. So the heart, the lungs, the liver, all of that will be taken out of the body, cross-sectioned and examined for, again, any signs of natural disease, any signs of trauma to the body. And we also examine the brain, so we'll open the skull.
And so you'll do that no matter what the investigation is, no matter what the autopsy is. If it's there, you're doing that full, thorough investigation, regardless of how obvious it may be or whatever the case may be.
Correct.
And then, like I said, this case is a little different. You don't have a body, any soft tissue to examine.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what do you do when you get a case like this, whenever you get just the remains of someone who was tossed out in a field in Mulder?
So we still examine whatever we receive. In this case, there were multiple bones separated that we received. So when I received them, I still, used the unique identification number in my photographs. I examined the bones to see if there were any obvious signs of trauma to them. Sometimes if you have an intact skull, you can still look for maybe gunshot wound holes or any type of blunt trauma to the head. So in this case, when I got the bones, I was still looking for any tissue that may have been attached to the bones, any signs of trauma to the bones.
And we see here one portion of the ME's office work would be to identify the person you're doing an autopsy on, is that right?
Yes.
And we see here in this report that that's being, you document that it hasn't happened yet, but it's being established by dental comparison.
Correct.
I guess it's fair to say there's a number of ways the medical examiner's office would investigate and try to identify either the remains or the body of someone, right?
Yes.
And in this case, it's being done by the dental examination, and there was an identification made, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was Maricela Botello Valadez.
Yes.
And then so, we see here in your report, you included the forensics anthropology consultation as well. Or I guess before that, here's just kind of where you explain what you received, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the jury's seen these photos already, so then we see down here below is where it looks to me that you copy over the forensics anthropology consultation that happens, is that correct?
Yes, I added it to my report.
Okay. And are you the one that asked for that anthropology consultation to happen, or I guess the medical examiner investigator? How does that work?
Yes, so it's up to my discretion to use the services of our anthropologist. We haven't always had one, and in this case, we were lucky to have one, and so I asked for his consultation in order to examine the bones more thoroughly, clean them up, and do a thorough examination of them.
And he did that?
Yes.
And that was Dr. Crowder?
Yes.
So then when we continue on to the next page, these are still his findings from the skeletal remains, is that right?
Yes.
But then you still go on after reviewing just the remains, looking at the anthropology report, the dental comparison. What else do you then begin to look at to make your findings?
So my findings include a lot of things. They may include a part of what I found at the autopsy, any consultations that I asked for, also any investigative history that I obtained. And I incorporate this into my findings in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And the manner of death, you ruled this as what?
The manner of death was homicide.
And so what was your conclusion then was what in this case?
The cause of death was due to homicidal violence.
And we see there where you're basing that off of the footage where she's seen, Maritella's seen, and the investigative history. You list out some key points there, is that right?
Yes.
And the remains that were found, is that correct?
Yes.
And the identification by dental records.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the anthropology report says that there's no findings of trauma to the bones.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
But you still are confident saying that you've ruled the manner of death based on everything that you had to review as a homicide?
Yes.
Nothing further. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, one more time.
Sir.
Now, doctor, I guess you do the actual autopsy, right?
Yes.
But as far as, I mean, when these bodies are recovered, oftentimes y'all send a member from your team out to assist with the investigation, don't you?
Yes, our field investigator.
And in this case, that would have been Casey Gould.
She was our deputy investigator, and she typically goes out to scenes where bones are collected.
May I approach the judge?
You may.
When you say that when you are making the determination of the manner of death, you also take into consideration the investigatory or the investigative history that was given to you, right?
Yes.
And that would have been primarily given to you from Ms. Gould.
Yes.
Okay. And let me get this one. No, yeah, just take it. That's good. I'm sorry, Judge Mayor Froach. Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit. Is this 2 or 3?
2.
2? Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 2. Is that, I guess, an investigative narrative from your office as well regarding this case, this decedent?
Yes.
From Ms. Gould?
Yes.
And is that something that when you're talking about information that you would have used in determining the manner and means of death, that's information that you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'll offer, and this is from your office, right?
Yes.
I'll offer what's marked as defense 2.
Is there any objection?
Ma'am, which one's there?
Yeah.
The only objection I have, Your Honor, is this document has, looks like defense markings on it.
I'll rephrase
Yeah,
it.
clean copy.
With the exceptions of the markings that I've underlined, is this a document from your office?
Yes.
I'll offer, oh, okay, you want this clean one? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right, give me mine. Thank you.
No objection.
All right.
All right, defense exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, again, when you talk about the investigative history, Ms. Casey, I thought it was a man, but it's a woman.
Yes.
All right. She actually goes out to the scene, right?
Yes.
And observes, I guess, the body as it's found.
Yes.
In reference to the information that she received in this investigation, there's actually a narrative, correct?
Yes.
And that's something that you would have considered, what was it? I think the narrative. And specifically, I'm referring to the narrative that was done, that it was included in her report. It says, per Detective Ramirez, correct?
Yes.
The decedent was visiting a friend and went out by herself in Deep Ellum area, correct?
Yes.
On the video, she's seen leaving with a black male suspect on October the 5th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Per phone records, they traveled to the suspect's residence, correct?
Yes.
The suspect lived with a female couple who were also romantically involved with the suspect, correct?
Yes.
Per the male suspect, the females were jealous of the decedent and stabbed her in the back, supposedly more than once, at the residence, correct?
Yes.
Blood evidence was located in the residence. Blood evidence that was located in the residence was DNA tested and found to be the decedent's, correct?
Yes.
Hair was also found in the trunk of the vehicle, but there was no follicles to test DNA. Right?
Yes.
At least one of the two women suspects' phone records showed them around the area where the decedent was located on the early morning hours of 10/6/20, correct?
Yes.
In the early morning hours, is that correct? Is that what this is?
Early morning, yes.
Okay. At one of the scene's recoveries, there was also a white, what is this? Acrylic nail recovered under some of the decedent's remains, right?
Yes.
Then it also states that a self-portrait taken by the decedent on the night she went missing showed her having red nails, right?
Yes.
But underneath her, and again, I'm just going back to this part, it says that at the scene of the recovery, that there was a white acrylic nail recovered under the decedent's remains. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, this would be a part of the investigative history that you used to determine that the manner of death was a homicide, right?
Yes.
But nothing about the body itself. Well, let me rephrase. In regards to your autopsy, can you tell us whether this person was poisoned?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person had a gunshot wound?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person was stabbed?
No.
Can you tell us whether this person died of a drug overdose?
No.
Was there even hair follicles where you could determine whether or not they'd used any controlled substances?
In the investigator report, it says they found a matted hair, but I didn't receive that, so. But if there was follicles on that, they could have tested that.
If it was her hair?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, but that was never determined, right?
No.
Oh, more importantly, Judge?
You may.
I want to make sure we're clear. They find this body basically, I guess, bring it to Swift's, as we commonly refer, for you guys to do what y'all do, perform the autopsy, all this stuff that's in these reports, right?
Correct.
But as far as the time of death, in your report, you specifically indicate in your report, let me show it to you so it was not. Is that right? Which one?
Well,
Which
it's
one
on,
you
it's
need?
on the final report.
Okay. You got the final report?
Yes,
Where's it at?
5 p.m.
Okay, okay, let's talk about the date of death. In your report, based on your investigative, I guess, not your investigative, but based on everything that you guys received, you got the time of death in your report as 3/23 of 2021, is that correct?
Yes,
But that's actually just the time she was found, right?
correct.
You have no idea, based on your autopsy, when this young lady died, do you?
No,
Okay. And the time of death, you guys put in your report that she dies at 5 p.m. On March 23rd of 2021. That's just when she's found, right?
correct.
You have no idea, again, what her time of death was,
No,
or her cause of death, other than the fact that, based on everything y'all did, you believe it's homicide.
just homicide of violence that I have.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Judges, I think I'll pass it with you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be kindly excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor, for being here today. Dr. Ventura, please watch your step, and you are free to leave and go back to business. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, well, were there any other witnesses we needed to get on today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, well, the good news is you can tell I've been messing around. They're gonna bring us a portable AC unit and set it up this evening, so hopefully it will be cooler tomorrow. Although they tell me, or they've been messaging me that it's loud, but we will just have to deal with that. Okay, we are going to recess for the day. Remember your instructions. You cannot watch any local news, on TV, online, or in any manner. You cannot discuss any facts of this case with anyone or even tell them which particular case you are hearing this week. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 9:30 tomorrow morning. All right, we are in recess. Thank you.
All rise.